don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. make a life for myself.
gather around one and all. Welcome everybody to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast Stage 3. And you know, we like our cheese here, Swiss upper round. It is not the first start of this tournament as a whole. We've seen the lower Swiss already take place, and now the best of the best, the creme to the creme, are here to fight it out in front of you lot.
Yeah, no, it should be absolutely amazing. Obviously, we've got a bunch of teams coming up from the lower Swiss. They fought it out to get here. We're seeing a bunch of those teams today as well. But they're going up against the best of the best, as you said, because it's Swiss format. And we're, at the moment, pairing the lower seeded teams up against the higher seeded teams. And this is where it gets tough for those teams that came up through lower Swiss. They've had only a week off to prepare. New maps in the pool as well. There's a lot going on here for these teams coming up from lower Swiss. So let's hope they're prepared.
Exactly, lots of new things going on here. We've got new teams, new faces, new maps, and of course, new us as well. It is our debut, and it is a pleasure to be here. How are you this morning? How are you, Echo? How's everyone at home?
I mean, I'm feeling way too hot. It's too hot in the UK. I'm not prepared for this, and we're here for 4 beer ones today, and it's going to get exhausting. It's going to be hot, going to be tiring, but it's going to be so many banger matchups today.
That it is indeed. So you talked about how it's Swiss, it's best of ones. Now, how this is going to work is that teams will play up against each other, and the first matchups, as you will see today and over the next couple of days, will battle it out. The winners will go through to that 1-0 bracket, where the next matchups, I do believe, are decided on initial seeding. Teams that lose will go down to that 0-1, and they will keep on fighting in these matches until they either hit 3 wins and they qualify, or 3 losses and they are unfortunately down and out for the count.
Yeah, it is a tough system, especially with that initial seeding coming in. Heavily advantaged for the teams that made it out either to playoffs last stage, or if they made it in Challengers EMEA stage 2 as well. So, you know, it is tough for those lower Swiss teams, but this is qualifying for the all-important playoffs, which then qualifies you for Challengers EMEA Tournament 2, which is so important because at the end of the day, what we're all here for is ascension. And that is what we are fighting for here, is for these teams to be able to make it through as quick as possible into the playoffs, come out on top in playoffs, get to ascension and win it out there all the way. That's the hope. But obviously for Northeast was incredible in Challengers EMEA Tournament 2 because Enterprise, they won it out. We've got to flex on it. We've got to talk about it because they're from our region. We've got to have some regional pride here. They did incredible. A very close grand finals, albeit, but they did win it out. They are looking unstoppable at the moment, and they've had no player changes. So what we're looking for here is there anywhere else in Northeast that can go up and challenge them for that number 1 spot in EMEA?
Well, there is a team that is going to be up to the block to challenge them first up. First match of the tournament for us, at least in this upper Swiss, is going to be Enterprise playing up against a team, maybe not the team to take them down. Who knows? Upsets, they could be in the air today. But should we take a look at all of the matches that we will be bringing you today, all of the excitement that you guys have lying in store for you? So as we said, first up, Enterprise versus Detty Elise, and then we have going on Input Lag Enjoyers versus Extreme Gaming. Do you want to take us through the last 2 games?
Yeah, we've finally got Bitfix Gaming against Metasport. This is a classic Northeast battle, and then Bonk against TSE. And I think that's going to be, for me, one of the most important and best matches to watch here, because these two teams, they've faced it out before, but super interesting to me is Luca, who is now playing on TSE, obviously that ex-EXO core, played with Bonk, joined their EVC Surge run to win it out with them. So Luca's got that little bit of inside knowledge. Luca knows what's going on there, and I'm expecting this to be a very, very close match between these two teams. So stick around. It's, you know, for a little bit further in the day, but it's going to be so worth it to sit down and wait for that match.
I mean, you beat me. I was about to ask, which match were you looking forward to? The Bitfix Gaming versus Metasport, I think close second there, but really all of the games today are going to be quite exciting. Everyone's starting on a clean slate as well. A couple of these matches do look maybe tilted in one direction. As we said, though, nothing's set in stone. These best of ones, they can be unpredictable, especially with new maps in the pool that we might be seeing fished out a little bit here as well. And also, You know, the Twisted Sage versus Bonk. Bonk is just an incredible team name. You credit where it's due.
Yeah, I mean, Bonk's been around for a while now, but like I say, incredible team name, a lot of fun. They're players as well, well-known, well-loved across the region. So, you know, they've got a big chance to do something very special there. One thing I'm going to call out, we'll talk about this more in detail when we get to their match later though, is they've got a super sub sitting in the wings, which we'll talk about later. We'll leave that one hanging for now, but they look like an incredible team overall, but their sub is also one of the best players probably in EMEA, so keep an eye out for that.
Exactly, but let's bring our focus back to now. Here, now in the present, the match that we are going to be seeing. First up, Enterprise versus Detty Elise. Now, any initial thoughts? Anything that jumps out to you that you want to get right off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, one of the biggest things is Enterprise, obviously. We know this team, we love them, we watch them in Challengers Tournament Stage 2. Incredible, and they're probably going to be keeping that consistency, because the biggest thing to me is they've not changed their roster, right? They have been consistent the entire year. Their coach, incredible, well known as well, obviously was on Disguised a while back, Alex R, a great coach, incredible stats behind him, showed that again in Challengers. So this is the team that we are rooting for to be the face of Northeast in Challengers again, and hopefully in Ascension further down the line. Detty Elise, they've made a fair few changes since Stage 2, and the players they've picked up from Wild and FMG both look good. They're both very good players, but is it going to be enough to push it over the line to go up against, you know, the best team in the region? It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting one to start up with, and Detty Elise very narrowly making it into this stage of the tournament. They were last place in the lower Swiss. They did just qualify 2 and 3. It came down to that final series, but they did indeed qualify. And you know what they say, the underdog stories, pressure makes the diamonds, and maybe we see that come out today. But once you get this opponent out the way, you're gunning for the top. If you can take down the top, then you've already exceeded expectations. Otherwise, you live, you learn, and you've got the opponent probably most dreaded out of the way very early on.
Yeah, no, exactly. But let's go and talk about that opponent, because Enterprise Esports, we've mentioned it already, they won out in Challengers Stage 2, and we're going to see here a lot of their highlights. So many incredible players on this roster as well. To beat out a team like BBL Pacific, it was a banger of a match, and it's going to be something to be remembered, and that we're going to be hoping we can see repeated again later on.
Yeah, exactly. They are looking in good form. You said no roster changes, so it's just been a matter of putting the reps in over this break. Alex R has been such a key point for them. They said when they brought him on that this was the turning point for them. And the fact that they've had a little bit more time to sit down with this coach, to get to know his system, to get to work and build up this system together, it's only going to make them stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and I think talking about stronger for them as well, the map pool going in their favour, with Pearl being their permaban most of the time, mostly permaban, and Split, it wasn't one of their best maps. Yes, they can win on it, and they did win on it many times, but it wasn't their best map. The map pool changes, removing 2 of their lower maps, is great for them, because they're now looking at these 2 new maps coming in, Bind and Corrode, and I'm sure that they have cooked on it. Whether or not we see that today, it's a beer 1, probably unlikely. They'll want to keep those maps hidden for a little bit, but removing 2 of their worst maps, a brilliant thing to do.
Exactly. But what is a competition with only one team? Let's take a look at their opponents, highlight them a little bit more. Detty Elise. Now, they are 9th/11th in the Upper Swiss phase, just missing out on playoffs, I believe, last stage. And they've had a couple of roster changes come on through as well. Mainly as well, losing 1-0 to FMG last month even.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, they've got these roster changes. They've actually taken Maxime from FMG as well.
Bit of a switcheroo.
And yeah, a bit of a switcheroo, and Fraction from Wild. These roster changes, they're good, right? You know that these players, they are practiced. They've got a lot of kind of tenure behind them. And now, could this be the final kind of push that they needed? I'm quite favourable towards them. Maybe not in this specific matchup, but they are looking like they are getting stronger. Yes, Lower Swiss wasn't the best for them, but they lost to, you know, teams like Mania, Extreme Gaming, Fullbox 200. These teams that we've known, we've seen them many times. So I'm expecting them to do pretty well. Today's matchup will be tough for them, absolutely, but their Haven looks good, their Sunset looks good. So if we end up on one of those two maps, they've absolutely got a chance.
Exactly. A little bit of a fun fact as well. None was a stand-in for the Enterprise org back in 2023. Completely different roster, but, you know, still with the name a little bit. So maybe some old feelings there, a little bit of a spark to be ignited. But I'm super excited for this matchup. It does look a little bit one-sided on paper, but best of ones, they're crazy, they're hectic. Now, map vetoes. I've had a little bit of a sneak peek because I like spoilers. Now, if you were to guess, give me, you know, two maps that you think it could be, and I'll you know, go hot or colder.
I am gonna guess that we're likely to go to either Haven or Sunset. I think are the two ones most likely. No, neither of them. Wow. Okay.
Haven was taken out first.
Interesting. So
I'll give you one more guess. One more guess.
Maybe Ascent.
Bravo.
Yeah, okay.
If we would have a look at the map veto, see how it all played out, you know, step by step. But I was surprised to see Haven taken out first.
Especially by Enterprise, because it was one of their stronger maps over in Challengers. So I think that's a very interesting thing for them to ban out very early. But, you know, it's one of Death Elise's stronger maps. They're pretty good on it. They did lose to Mania, but they're overall pretty good. So I think Ascent makes sense. The biggest thing for Enterprise here is their attack side. Historically, it's not been the best. Obviously, Ascent, defender-sided map. Previously, they were running the standard composition, so it's a defender-sided comp as well. Whether or not they've switched that up, they've got the coach, they've got the team, they've got the consistency to absolutely do that. Now, for Death Elise, this is going to be very interesting for me because we've not seen much of their Ascent at all recently.
Yeah, true. And even worse, a nail further in the coffin here is that Enterprise are going to be starting on that defense side. So they get this running jump into the map as well, which best of ones, you never want to have that advantage given away. But of course, last ban was done by Death Elise. So pick of defense makes sense going on to Ascent. It's the stars are aligning for them. You never want to jinx it too early, but in an ideal world, this is exactly what they'd be looking for.
Yeah, and I think going back to the history for Death Elise here is they've not played this map since the Teo meta. So it's been a while, right? And they were playing Teo on the map, so they've had to make some changes. It was okay for them. Their defense looked pretty weak. Their attack was okay when they were running that Tejo. So we're expecting big changes coming into that for this, which does mean positively for them. Enterprise have no VODs, nothing to look at, no way of telling what's going on. So there's absolutely this chance for Death Elise to sneak something in here, whether they're going, you know, for that double Sentinel composition, which I know they're absolutely capable of if we look at their other comps that they've run, or if they're just going for that standard, looking to just fight it out, or maybe something weird. There's a lot of different things we're seeing on Ascent now. I think the meta shifting could be a very positive thing for them, but it depends whether or not Enterprise are ready for it.
That it is. Unfortunately, another sort of point here is, we've talked a lot about Alex R. One of the points that they get very heavily praised for is this mid-game anti-stratting, this ability to find the weaknesses during the game. So if you're coming in with something new, that's great against teams that maybe that's an element that's slightly weaker and they don't have that same depth of ability to anti-strat and call upon their coach for that. But when you've got a coach that is notorious for being really good at that, you've got to come in with something rock solid. If there is a gap, it will be found. So if they have come up with something new, it's going to have to be impeccable to keep that ace, that mystery up their sleeve as the wild card that they need to succeed here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that we can't really know until we see it, but we know that historically Enterprise, they can anti, they can play against stuff. They don't, like, Alex is great at antiing and in the middle of the game calling those timeouts when needed, but this roster is so experienced that actually they'll be fine themselves anyway if we don't want to be using that timeout, because, you know, you want to be making sure you're saving it for that opportune moment. So to me, now the conversation goes back to Enterprise. I'm imagining they'll be sticking with the standard comp. I can't imagine them switching up too much. But if they do, that could throw a whole other spanner in the works for Detiolis, because they'll probably have been prepped against the standard comp. Everyone knows how to play with it. Everyone knows how to play against it. If something else has changed here, it could cause mayhem.
That it could. But we're having a little bit of a look at it now. Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, it's Ascent. At the end of the day, you can sometimes expect to see something like the Deadlock, something like the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, or the Cypher instead of the Killjoy, but we are going to be seeing the standard comps across the board, going to be heavily focused on making sure this Jet can get into the right positions, especially on the defense with the Operator, having the KO shut down any pushes, and making sure that they can get their rotations in on time to take the fights, take the duels that Enterprise want to take when they want to take it. Because not only are they good in the macro together, working out what they need to do overall, the way that Zeke and Yaz fight is incredible, because they are always fighting together. There's almost no chance for kind of Detiolis here to get a pick onto one of the two without at least one trade coming through. And that's going to be the key thing for me, is can Detiolis keep up their fundamentals in the same way that we have seen and will continue to see from Enterprise?
Yeah, luckily for them, this is a map where, Yaz can't quite go as ham on those aggressive peaks and flanks like you'd see on a 3-site map. So maybe a saving grace to be found in the mix here. But alas, the time for theorizing is up as we head into the server. Everyone getting ready for that all-important pistol round to kick it off.
Yeah, and we're seeing pretty standard buys across the board. It looks like we're just going to be seeing either a B rush or a B split here. The key person here for Enterprise on the defense is Yaz. Can they keep up with this split? Because it looks like they're going to be pressured immediately. They're going to be getting ready to cloudburst and dash out as soon as this comes through.
Yeah, there's the pause, the wait, and Yaz sat in the smoke waiting. There it is. Here's the activation. There they go. All peek through the smoke. Lucky to get one there. It's immediately traded as they push on through, and you can see the pieces start to reposition immediately, trying to meet them. The back of the map. None desperately trying to get round this corner. Has the assist there from the Paranoia. But Killers, there's a pick and it slows it all down, and suddenly it's all a bit fumbled. Zeke manages to get two, and now Kia out on an island. Nothing really to be found, and pretty solid pistol round, all things considered there from Enterprise.
Yeah, a great opening pick from Yaz in that smoke in mid to start with. Obviously was traded very quick. Detiolis ready with this pistol strat. They look very practiced on it, but as soon as Zeke came in on this KO, the util was great, but the peeking around the smoke was absolute perfection. And it got scrappy, but Enterprise are fine with it scrappy because they can play around the slight mistakes made by either side. They can play around with these smokes, with this utility, to just go ham. And now we're seeing, heading over towards A, TP across, a lot of noise shown over towards the A side. So Zeke already potentially calling some rotates over.
Yeah, I can imagine. Lack of any information, no noise, and there it is. The presence has been detected. Now the back away here. They've shown some face, hoping maybe they can steal some of those key defenders across, but Enterprise stay steadfast in their defense.
Yeah, Doma sticking around B here is absolutely huge. It's perfect. Just as soon as it's just that Jet noted, no noise heard after that knife goes, Doma coming back towards B, setting up with this shock dart. It's great. We're all punting here for Detiolis, but spotted with the Marshal. Got to be careful here.
There is the opening pick, the back away as well. They have managed to steal away that ult orb. Killers up close and personal, trying to no-scope with the Marshall, and it's not quite gonna work. There's a pick to come through, but Doma ready and waiting. They are just trying to overrun more bodies than bullets, but unfortunately for them, lines them up. 3-4 in the round. The transfers, immaculate. The conversion, perfection.
Yeah, absolute perfection. I love what Detiolis are doing that round. They're one orb away now from this null command on Kia, which is huge because this can set them up so well to win out on this round or the next and start to get the momentum, the economy in their favour. But we've got to talk about Doma because sitting in the back of sight there, playing around the angles, the walls over towards Boathouse perfectly. And now, Outlaw over toward mid. Yaz seems to like this spot. Potentially looking the wrong way, though.
Potentially, indeed. Gonna push on forward. That's a very aggressive stance to be taking. I love the insight that they're trying to get here, but there it is. Drone spotted, and that's going to be the call to try back away. Not going to be allowed, denied. Basia waiting, tells teammates to take down the drone, let them take that fight should it appear, but it doesn't. There it is, rounds the corner. Killer is going to be the first to go down. Toma now not able to trade, hoping maybe somebody willing to give the 1v1, but alas, nothing to be found, and suddenly forces few and far between.
Yeah, spread out thin across the map are Enterprise. You can see as soon as they lose out Yaz, they lose that mid. The chain almost gets broken, but Starkey was there to pick it up. Now over towards B. The call from Doma is that's where this hit might be heading, but Detiolis heading the other way. So now it's all about Zeke. Is Zeke noted? Does Zeke get heard? Or do they manage to find a couple of picks? No, they're backing off towards site. But I think they heard some footsteps.
Wide out in the open here. Gets the first and the second, actually. Manages to fall back far enough, but Fraction is going to be able to go 2 for 1 there. Had they bought enough for the team to work with? There's a little bit of a look towards it, but I think maybe just wanting to hold on to something here. Doors go down, and we can see the push going into heaven slowly but surely. Little utility to work with. There is a recon available, but that would give away so much info. They just want the element of surprise, and there's the first. Doma getting ready for the second. There's the dots. Come on out. Scans underneath. It's going to spot one out. Basia now just has to tuck on in here. Spike is down, but teammates coming on through to help. Doors broken. They start to close in. It's getting a little bit claustrophobic on site here. The paranoia is great, but Basia has their teammates back. Now just Starkey left. Round the corner. Spots the first head. Gets ready. Needs to find the second. None just going to tuck on in here, though.
Yeah, this is great. Just playing the time. Making Starkey paranoid themselves. Taps the spike. And the recon's going to spot they're not on.
Nothing you can do here. Just a matter of trying to find this kill. Rounds the smoke, finds it, but it's all for naught. Tries to desperately jump away. No, sir, not allowed. Now that's the first round on the board. It's a little bit close. The retake gets very, very near, but not quite enough.
No, not quite enough, but now the funds are in the bin for Detiolis. And it all started out with Jazz dying here. Again, going a little bit aggressive towards the mid. This has probably been predicted, but Zeke, incredible awareness to go for that. The crosshair placement, beautiful. And Starkey finishing this off. Yes, everyone dies, but that's fine for Enterprise because they know that it's going to be a bad fight from Detiolis. A couple of Vandals, 2 Guardians, and now Enterprise, they are set up to potentially win this 4th round. But they need to start to get to grips with what's happening on the map. That knife over towards A has pulled Yaz over, so mid is open, and the chain could be broken as now B is potentially the target.
Potentially the target indeed, and we know, and now so does Enterprise. The dash onto site, they know they've already had to concede this space. Giller's desperately contending with utility left, right and centre, has managed to do so. We can see everything coming out in the meantime. Fraction's got one. Basia is desperately trying to keep these players out of this choke point as the smoke fades, and does so successfully. That buys them the space, the time for the plant and for the setup here.
Yeah, that was a beautiful attack, circling around to just shut down killers on that cipher, but now the retake is coming at a 3-pronged approach coming from every single angle.
Lovely paranoia there to get Zeke round the corner, but unfortunately Basia tucked on in. That Molotov, it's going to cause some problems. Zeke manages to get the trade from the grave, and Doma runs on out, needs to find that pick, and unfortunately Yaz left alone here. Has a little bit of util, a little bit of speed to work with, but doesn't really have the time. It has to be perfect. It's one, but the trade, the multi-elevation is just too much.
Yeah, just a little bit too much, but a great round. I love the post-plant setup there as well from Detiolis. It looked like they knew exactly where they wanted to go. You can see as they were encircling onto site, killers had no idea what to do, and Maxime playing on site with Kia there as well. Great work, great trades. Their fundamentals are looking so strong. And now it's Enterprise with the economy down in the dumps. But they've got 3 ultimates, potentially Yaz's blades on the way as well.
Yeah, a lot of ults close on the other side of things. However, maybe not the round you want to invest too much in, especially early suppression is going to stop any peaks. But maybe a little bit of a misnomer as to how many people are here. There's a little bit of a look into mid. Isn't going to be spotted. Drone, might just have caught a bit of information there. See, here holding it.
just noise for now. Mid slowly being taken apart by Detty. At least they seem to like this, but that smoke is going to go down.
The timing, though, they've already managed to get someone through.
You can see the paranoia for Enterprise. They're not sure what's happening. They don't know where anyone is, and Starkey having to back off. Yes, that drone spots out where the Killjoy is, but the Killjoy is in B. The Killjoy is always in B, so now can Fraction find something? Doma might have just seen the barrel of the gun there.
They might have. You can see the hesitation, the patience there, and there's the pick lined up perfectly. Starkey now going to be tested. Manages to get one, spraying away. Isn't quite able to find the second. The flash is good, and Zeke manages to find both here. Hunter's Fury is invested. It's frantic, desperately trying to dodge the beams headed towards him. Maxim is going to use this opportunity to push forward. Desperately trying to recover this spike, but unfortunately just a task too big. Smoke after smoke in his face. Wild, desperate spray. It's a Hail Mary. Ducks back in. Worried that a backstab may be coming. Unfortunately, time low. And hopes even lower. Just desperately hoping to survive here.
Yeah, just going to save that gun, and what a thrifty round from Enterprise Esports there. That was so well played. I got to shout out Zeke. I think Zeke with the utility, with the flashes, and then the kills. Zeke was the whole of that round, basically. Completely done it by himself, got the null command already online last round, but now this round they're going to be looking to potentially use it, although Detty Elise, again, we've just had, low buy after low buy after low buy, and it's looking like that's going to be continuing for a while. It all depends on how this round now goes by Enterprise. They've got the funds. Detty Elise are down in the dumps. They've got the ults, so Fraction, I'm imagining, going to rip these knives out and look for a pick nice and early.
Yeah, you can only hope. There's a chance they have enough in the bank to spiral this if they can pick up a weapon early. There it is, the jump on over, the dash onto site is immediately shut down, however. Starkey looking a little bit confused left, right and centre. Luckily, teammates there and ready. Invested ults here. We can see the overload coming on out. Basia does try to cause a little bit of mayhem in the background, but unfortunately around a little bit too far gone. Weapon picked up, but no teammates, no support here. It would be miraculous to see much more come out here.
Yeah, I can't imagine we're going to see another thrifty. It would be incredible. Basia, could absolutely be doing it. They're a good player. They've got a lot of good kills behind them, but this will be a hell of a round to do it, especially with the door closing. Either they break glass, go up towards heaven, and their position is noted, or they break the door. So this is probably going to be a save. Basia might look to get a kill or two, but damaging the economy of Enterprise doesn't give them that much. They've already got the ult. Saving is probably the right decision, especially with this triple stack looking up towards heaven. The turret immediately shot down, and Basia follows. Zeke clean with it, building up towards another null command already. 4 and 2 on the board for Enterprise Esports. Detty Elise now need to try and bring the momentum back, because 2 rounds in a row, they can't afford to lose many more of them.
No, they cannot. Not on this attack side. And we said this was going to be a difficult half for them either way, going up against a very defense-sided team on a map that they've got good results on. Is going to be an uphill battle. It's still relatively early days, but the precedent's being set, and I'm loving the Odin coming out. Odin and the AWP all in one. The expensive armory today.
Yeah, but just going so aggressive so early. It's almost Vision Strikers, a little bit safer with the operator. The Odin spam on top. Just such a good way just to try and get a pick or two. Beautiful work from Enterprise. A nice little set play to keep the momentum in their favour. And now Detty Elise down to 3 people. Maxime's TP was absolutely heard by Doma there. He's going to try and get past this trip or head up towards heaven, but the operator is waiting. Yaz. Not sure, just going to wait down in hell, but a beautiful peek from Basia, actually bringing this back a little bit. Kill is a good peek, and now Detty Elise are split across the map. Omen TP's over, the spike going to go down on B, but the retake will be so quick here by Enterprise.
All the util in the world for it, and we still got the blades available. Yeah, I was hoping to find something. Dodges the paranoia. Dart's broken, but I think they already know where these players are desperately trying to hide this out, and there comes the lockdown. Suddenly this gets a little bit more difficult here as well. Needs to find that pig, miss knife just about, but they're doing it. Bassi has found 3 in the round. Lockdown's bought them so much time. It's just this op online now. 2 kunai left, needed to find a kill, and unfortunately that bot spots them out, spraying through the walls. It's desperate, it's frantic, it's not going their way. Yaz desperately just running forward, trying to find one, does indeed, but doesn't know where the last is. Maxon just has to bide their time, and there it is. A beautiful, beautiful comeback into the round. Split across the map, numbers abysmal, and they still get it done.
Yeah, that is something I was not expecting from Death Elise, to be able to bring it back from such a deficit. But they looked so good, and the fact that they were able to play around with the rotations just a little bit. Maxime causes a little bit of pressure over on A whilst the hit comes to B, and then TPs over himself. That was great, but that lockdown won them the round. The time wasted, the fact that everyone from Enterprise was not really sure what to do, but an aggressive play out towards A main. Nothing found immediately, but a bit of space, and Yaz probably heard what was happening there.
Yeah, probably. I love the immediate Molotov, though. You know that Yaz is a player that likes to get a little bit aggressive, so the frantic attempt to get out of dodge alive, successful for now.
Starkey's position, though, over in mid.
Oh, true. Whether they're expecting somebody buried so deep already, and here's Yaz to be the second part of that attack, using the noise as a distraction to peek on out, trapped like fish in a barrel, and taken down just as such. And now here it is. Doma jumps back away, doesn't need to risk their life. Maxin, nice little spot hidden in mid, but there's nowhere to work with. No map control, no foothold. They've been given a lot of respect in mid, whether they know it yet or not, but that spike, they've got to get back over to it.
Yeah, and every step of the way there could be someone waiting in the wings, lurking in the shadows. But like I said, there's not. Kia, whilst Maxime's picking up that spike, going to head over towards A, see if they can find any space to decide whether or not they're even going to try and plant the spike, because saving in this position isn't the end of the world. You can save out into the next, buy up the last couple of rounds if you manage to, win 1 or 2 then. But that smoke indicates Maxime is probably just going to save. Kia posted, nice and aggressive, going to look for a pick if someone walks into his crosshair, but Enterprise played that beautifully. They've got so many of these little set plays that work so well, although Yaz might find Maxime here.
Ooh, it's going to be close. You've got the money to just go for this. You can throw bodies at the situation, but saved by the bell. Just about. Oh, it's close, but they're probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. As you said, they need as much as they can to invest into this. There's not much to support around it. There is that Hunter's Fury online, but other ults fairly far away. So this is going to be a little bit of a dry spell for them here. Yeah,
it's not looking like this round should be going to them, but we said that earlier on in this half. There's been a lot of thrifties already. So at the end of the day, who knows? But Starkey going to be taking first contact here. Flash through the smoke, a peek, a swing could be what's happening. Or maybe they're just waiting for this smoke to go down.
Well-timed paranoia is going to put this in its place. The moment that smoke fades, but actually decides just to back off for now.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the call. Lots of people heading their way. We talked about the 2-prong attack with Jazz, who's on the other side of the map, but one through the smoke is perfect. Zeke's got one. There is a trade comes through from Basia, but it's not quite where they're looking to head. Zeke hiding there. There's Doma with yet another Odin kill, looking to hide by the door, just information gathering. An orb is collected, but so much time's been whittled off. They've given the opportunity there as well for Killers to have a bit of a nosy through to mid, and suddenly map's closing in.
Yeah, the map's closing in. You can tell they know it. They were looking to go back towards main for a second, but they know there's no chance for that now. So it's about timing this execute. How long do you wait? When do you go for it? The smoke's refreshed. This is looking like where they might start to push out. But Zeke again through the smoke.
It's brutal. What can you do against instant death? And there's the last. Zeke, a stand-up in this match, just keeps on firing. And it is bullets upon bullets from places you can't even see coming.
Yeah, 15 and 3. on the KO, by the way. Yeah, they got 4 assists as well, just to kind of push it up that little bit more. But 6 rounds on the board for Enterprise, and now a bye coming out from Detty Elise. They're looking like they could take this round if they utilize their ults right. Kia's ult was a huge win con for them earlier in the half. Now we're going into round 10. Are they going to use this as a fake or as the same kind of win con as they did before? But the Outlaw, sorry, is online. It's essentially an operator in this round, because it's only light shields for the attackers, and that puts them at such a risk if Yaz is anywhere.
Yeah, the glass cannon. And now the patient's waiting out, hoping they can bait out just a little bit of utility, a little bit of anything really, information. There's the drone to lead the charge. Killer's going to spot it out, and there it is, the null command. Doma covering fire to try stop them getting hurt as they push onto site. They've already managed to get somebody across, though. Yaz, unfortunately, just unaware, the swing way too wide. Killers has found one, but it's back and forth. And there it is. Yeah, back up. Doma's found one with the short team installed of this and is ready and waiting round the corner to go. None needs to find something. Manages to break the dart, but that is all it needs. Doma uses it as a flash round the corner to find the kill and find them the 7th round.
Yeah, and despite the null command, Enterprise are playing around the utility that they can use from afar so well. Starkey's smoke there, essentially, it's kind of like a flood pre-take style smoke where you can easily get from CT over towards stair. And you saw Doma get a kill with the shorty there with that smoke, because it's such a good way to just sneak around whilst the attackers, whilst they're coming out towards site, can't see you going there. It's these little things as well as the big macro plays from Enterprise that are looking so good. And now another thrifty from Detty Elise round 11. They're saving to buy for round 12. Mid, we've seen this mid to B split working for them very well. Yaz not in the smoke this time around, and only 2 people on B. So if they can time this quick enough, this could be huge.
And now that they know there's nobody in mid, they know one of these sites has to be a little bit weaker, and they're about to walk directly into it. Healers, we've talked about this, caught with so much utility. Wide out in the open, gets one. Doma with another, make that 2. We're now hiding. The smoke fades, overrun by the pistols, but here it is on site. The retakes have been good, but they still need to get that spike down. Basia going to be that opening line of defense, managing to tuck back into main, make it so much harder to weasel them out. And here it is. Null Command comes out once again to try help this push on through. But so far removed from the situation, taken down immediately. This makes it so much more difficult for Yaz. Ooh, spots one. There it is. The dash on forward switches over to that Vandal. Molotov. There's the bots, the Nano Swarm. Oh, just going to stick and hold it.
Basia had no idea.
Oh, that's brutal.
It's
and
that
it's
kind
just
of
the last
play.
second, yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of play where you're just sticking through the molly that is so huge, because it's unexpected, right? But as soon as Yaz stuck that to half, Basia had no idea it was that far because they just stuck the entire way. And then the molly, sure, does a lot of damage, doesn't matter. Next round, we win it. The null command there from Zeke, though, was to shut down this lockdown from Basia, because that's what won them their thrifty before. So being able to play around with that, using that null command, was perfect.
All you could ask for and more. Now we talked about it. All the thrifties leading up to this buy. It's a missed shot from Yaz. There will be no escape. Fraction pushing on forward. Going to be taken down by Doma, filling in the gap there. Like a Hydra, you take down one head and seemingly more up here.
And now it's slowed down again. 4 and 4. An attacker side of Killjoy over towards B, but there we go. Silveralt coming through, shutting it down. The Hunter's Fury used, and now we're even. But this push from Maxime, it's been pinged on the map. You can see the warning pings when Maxime takes first contact here, but doesn't win it out. Do they know Kia's here? They don't.
There it is, Kia pushing back. Amazing knife. Unfortunately broken, however. Killers stands, delivers a kill. Doma to back them up. Basia trapped between a rock and a hard place. Manages to find Killers on the peak, out a little bit too hungry to find that kill. And unfortunately for you, Starkey knows exactly where you're hiding, and Doma's holding the angle. And that is going to be it. 9-3, a couple of shaky rounds in there. The Thrifties coming on through. But what a way to kick off their first half of the bracket. Welcome back, everybody. A 9-3 half is what we have to contend with here. It is going to need to be a pistol round to try bring things back into balance here for Detty Elise. But we've seen some incredible thrifties. We've seen some incredible plays coming out. So if they can do it, it has to start now.
Yeah, we all know about the 9-3 curse, but like you say, it has to start with the pistol. It's so almost impossibly difficult. It's so difficult to win out a 9-3 if you don't win this pistol. Yeah, there's cases of it happening, but it's very rare. So Enterprise going for the same strategy that Detty Elise did. 3 up through mid, but the paranoia to counter it is perfect, and now immediately pushing in.
Oh, and look at that. So much information. Fraction finds one with the dart information. Yaz holding just the edge of the smoke, hoping someone's going to give them an opening, but no, not to be found. Manages to back away there. Doma's found an angle to work with and a pick there. Knows where one more is and is just calling all of this over. Basia hoping to try stop them getting through this smoke. Looking, and there's the first. Basia's got one, Fractioned with another, and now just Starkey left. They don't know where he's hiding, but Maxim waiting and ready. Lovely shots to be found. Headshots taking him down, but Fraction there to fill in the gaps, and it's a 4K in the pistol. We said it was imperative, and thus they have done it.
Yeah, like it's one of those things where they need to do it, and Fraction showing why he was picked up from Wild. An incredible player. The awareness, great. But also the shooting, incredible. Overall, though, from Detty Elise, they had a counter strategy to the strategy that they run on their pistol. And they were ready and waiting to throw that into Enterprise's face. And now Enterprise doing the exact same thing that Detty Elise did on round 2. Just head over towards A when you've got these pistols, try and find something. Kaya, though, going nice and aggressive, only spots one because everyone else was waiting.
Misleading information potentially, but at least not doing too much off the back of it, waiting for something a little bit more. There's going to be Molotov to drive them on back, give them the space to work with. They've managed to buy this little bit of a corner, but the smoke in their face is causing some issues. Whether to push it or not, that is the question, but actually the back away to be called, at least for now. Try work away back into mid, but already got eyes starting to have a little bit of a peek in that direction from Kia. Yeah,
just being careful, being aware that someone could have walked up Cat, but again, Enterprise, doing what Detty Elise did in that round 2, at the very least faking that they are AWP hunting. So now, let's see what Detty Elise do. Maxime going to look aggressive onto Zeke, but everyone else is there ready, waiting.
And I love that just the second guessing forces them back. Fraction to Maxim and found one apiece, trying to get a little bit more. There's the jump on out of the way, but the team has got their back. Doma's got one, desperately jumps onto site, but not going to be able to find anything further than that. And now just passing weapons between the team, making sure everyone's got an even spread, and it is a lovely start, a lovely conversion, and putting a halt to this, just buying as much time, whittling it down against these pistols.
Yeah, and great work from Maxime at the end of the day to be able to pull out that classic and still make it work. But a risky buy coming out from Detty Elise. They know they need to keep the momentum, that they need to keep pushing and get this round 3 on the half. The op in Fraction's hands, over towards B to start with, could catch the lookout of Killers depending on how aggressive that he goes. But a slow default from Enterprise. And Yaz with the Outlaw. It's essentially an op against half of Detty Elise. It's only really none that can survive a shot against it.
Exactly, and in such dangerous, capable hands, mind you. Slow but surely going through mid, about to meet their first contact here. Basia waiting, ready on the corner, none from further afield. It's going to be a difficult fight, actually. There's the reposition a little bit. The dart to try find some info. It's going to be a distraction if nothing. And there it is, the peek on through. Doma goes 1 for 1, but it's Yaz, the difference maker, onto none here. And now a decision jumps into the market here, and Fraction waiting to see if anyone's going to push the smoke. They do not. So can just post on up here and wait.
Does get noted by the knife, the op. It's a risky buy in round 3. They need to be able to get a couple of kills here to keep it alive.
Oh, and there's one, but it's all that's going to find. And now Kia a chance. They've got no information as to where they're heading. Probably not expecting both of them splitting up through the market, but that door's going to cause them problems.
And now the op in Yaz's hands, in the exact same spot it was with Fraction. The same angle noted, pushed away. They repick and they back off towards site.
Tickled with damage, nothing really more that you can do there, and it's just going to be such an ironclad defense to try break through, and I don't see it happening. They're not going to be awarded an easy pick. They're going around the world to try get that prong from in main, but it's taking so long.
Might just be hunt for exits at this point. They don't want to let that op be in Yaz's hands for too long.
In the angle, all missed shots on both of them, desperately trying to find it. Zeke's going to get the kill, and that's going to give them a clear path out, except for Yaz, the one player we said they wanted to keep that weapon alive as the one player that goes down amidst all of this. But all things added up, all things totaled out, they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Oh, and the TP from Maxime, a little bit of a tech there, just to be able to get the op back up. The spike, it explodes, and then it goes back in again. There's just that second that Omen can TP and get it. Great awareness from Maxime to be able to get it, because this op, like I said, it's a risky buy, but keeping it alive is huge. But again, another outlaw for Yaz. And it's a one-tap body shot against every single member of Detty Elise, and this is where it gets so risky, so tricky.
Exactly. And there's the first pick coming on out. He has spotted out, desperately trying to find some contact in mid, and it's going to show some face. Fraction, lovely aggressive pick, but it's not going to find the kill. Maxim tucking on in, hoping to be mysterious and elusive, but the smoke, it's not exactly fooling anybody just yet. They've got eyes on the prize.
Yeah, it gives away the plan, and as it fades, Maxime is now left kind of on an island. Yes, okay, he does have Kia there waiting to help, but he's not exactly close. The flash is good to allow the peek, and he spots Starkey, fakes the TP. No, he's going to do the real TP, get out of dodge. No, it's fake. He's waiting. Will they fall for this, or will they just back off? They don't need to go. They've got 50 seconds left. All they need to be careful of is Yaz.
Exactly. They've been given so much space, so much respect in mid, but unfortunately for them, the peek on out, the two of them, all of the pieces fall into place, and now Doma left to try recover this round, goes down immediately to Kia. Keelas finds one, but that's all they wrote in this round, and another on the board, 10-6. It's still a little bit of a battle to go on here, but the gap, it's slowly closing, little by little.
I don't know, I think this is now looking, not likely, but it's looking very good. The fundamentals here from Detty Elise, this swing, the wide swing from Kia, to then be supported as well by Maxime. Yes, Maxime falls, Kia gets the trades, gets 4 with the spray down, is incredible. And you can start to see the little glimpses that has brought this team very far before. And now that they are looking to go further and further, this is up against the best team in EMEA right now. And they forced a timeout, the first one of this match to come out from Enterprise. Alex taking a moment to talk to the team, to bring them back down, to be like, look, it's fine. They have this eco. We can allow Detty Elise to get up to 7, and then we win out from there, because the ult cycles are starting. In the next round, maybe not this one, Enterprise should have 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 ults online, and then that can allow them to snowball the momentum that they could get back into a victory. They just need to be careful for Detty Elise on the other side, who have just as many ults coming up.
That they do, and some already waiting for them, probably not willing to expend too much against a buy. You know they should just win outright against, but a last resort, a wild card if all else goes wrong. Here's a lining up the knife immediately off the back, getting ready to play anti-flash, but no one's going to be there. Starkey suppressed, walks away now to join the rest of his team. It's all been a ruse for the offensive over towards B. Dart comes over, immediately broken, but unfortunately scans all of them, and there it is. The camera goes out, drone immediately taken down before much info can be given. Hunter's Fury comes online. Missed shot from Fraction. They're just desperately trying to find a way to hold off this offensive, but it's in mid that they're starting to find some problems. Maxon does find somewhat of a belated trade, and there's another one to equalize the numbers. Make it 3 single-handedly. Saves the team, saves the dignity for now. Fraction hoping maybe to find something. There comes the knives desperately on the exit. And there's a weapon picked up. Yaz manages to duck away, but unfortunately last left alive. And there it is. Finally, the shot rings out. The kill shot. And it's 10-7 now on the board.
A really nice round, though, from Enterprise to try and find some damage. Doma's ult does get the kill onto Basia, and then it's all about how do they follow up. And it just wasn't enough. Enterprise were able to move around the map enough to try and find something, but Detiolis with Fraction going back over towards mid, and Maxine, whilst flashed, I think he was full flashed at that time, getting 3 picks there as well. Great work from Detiolis to try and keep themselves in it. Now the buy round. Ops on both sides. A fair amount of ults coming online this round or the next. So it all comes down to this. This could set Enterprise up to win this best of 1, put them into a great spot for the rest of Swiss, or for Detiolis to take. I'm going to call it an upset, but this is where the upset could start.
Yeah, this is the round to determine equalising or victory, potentially. I mean, everything's up in the air. You never want to jinx it, but this is certainly a linchpin round either way. I'm having a little bit of a nosy over here. He isn't going to spot anybody, and it's all silent across the map.
Just waiting, a little bit of noise over towards Market to fake that this B split is happening. And then I think they're going to leave Doma. Doma's going to wait here as a lurk, but Kia is going to receive multiple people here. The paranoia huge to push him back.
The counter paranoia though, oh, it's so good. And there's the kill coming out, the utility getting the work done. The jump away and into another smoke, mind you. Style points awarded, but alas, it's going to be the advantage to the side of Enterprise.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, however, they do need to make a move. And as they let more time pass, the more they really settle into these positions. Unfortunately for them, split across 2 sides.
Yeah, split 2 and 2. The exec coming over towards B, but the Omen does TP into the back of side. Oh no, it got cancelled. And now it's all down to this. Can the defense work? 7 seconds going.
Oh, Doma with 2 kills. Are they going to be able to deny it? No, they're not. Faction up close. And there's the dart just chipping away and away some more. Finds 1 pick, trying to get ready for a little bit more. Starkey's managed to help on out with the team, but unfortunately, Fraction, even escape here seems unlikely. Desperate pot shots, not finding anybody. And they know up on the line, whether they want to hunt for it. If they hunt for it, they risk opening themselves up to these lines of sight to death. But position like this, we said, a win is all they need to get this back on track.
For Enterprise, they can't really risk hunting too much. They've not got enough cash in the bank to do it. Detty, at least they can buy up another op the next round, potentially the one after that. Regardless, anyway, look at the money on Kia and Fraction. So a good decision to save, but that does put Enterprise up to 11. 2 rounds away.
Yep. And the money could potentially start looking shaky here for a couple of these players if it's another loss. That final round might have people missing bits and pieces from their arsenal. So it's either got to be a win or it's got to be a very expensive, very lucrative round.
If they can pick up any, anything else, if they could look for the double up as well. I'm not expecting that, but, if they manage to get that double up online on the defense, they absolutely could be going for that. I've seen Maxime with the op before, so I know it's absolutely possible. But Yaz loves going for mid control on both sides of the map. Sees absolutely nothing, and this alerts Enterprise that, okay, Yaz is probably on one of the extremities. Let's find out which, or let's go for a split. Force Yaz to move out of the way, and that's what they're doing at the moment, putting pressure over towards mid, over towards Cat, and this forces Fraction, into a very difficult position.
Yeah, and that's going to continue to be a theme throughout what's left of this map. Doma, we talked about mid control. They've been given all the respect in the world, but on top of that, they're so paranoid and they can't really work much more off of that. They've not been able to utilize it as effectively, not this round, hoping to get anything, but unfortunately it's a bullet to the face for Yaz, and that's their firepower down. Player disadvantage weighs on them now. 30 seconds, and they're no closer to actually breaching a site.
No, another pick for the defenders as well. Kaya taking down Doma. And now Zeke has the op, which, you know, he could probably pick up the Vandal once they choose where they want to exec. He's probably going to. But Fractioned already has the lines. Zeke is just going to save.
10 seconds left.
And this is another round for Detty Elise. It's going back and forth at the moment. They're going to go up to 8. And from there, I'm not sure if we'll see the Alex timeout coming out this round. But if Enterprise lose another, I think we'll see it then.
Potentially. I would like to see it come out sooner rather than later, because you don't want to be giving away too much more here. Any closer and then suddenly you're starting to sweat. And we talked about it, the heat wave at the moment, you know, you don't want to be sweating any more than you already are. So it doesn't look like it is going to come on through. They just want to keep on going. They want to try hit back here, stop this game of cat and mouse before it gets too out of hand.
But for now,
just
looking like a nice slow round again from Enterprise. They're probably going to turn this into a hard A exec relatively quickly. These longer rounds haven't been working out too well for them. So whether they're silent, whether they go for this ult orb, it looks like they're just going to pop out onto site. Yeah, the null commander coming out. A is going to be hit here, and the op of Fractioned has no value in the early round.
It doesn't, and it's going to be a difficult one to get them into a position to bring this back in. Close sight lines. They are still managing to get the rest of the team on site, not getting too ahead of themselves. They're going to have to start worrying potentially about behind them. They've got a trip to secure, but you can see them sending killers back just to have a look.
And they're still not planted.
The longer they drag this out, the scarier this gets for them.
But the null command from Kaya for this retake will be absolutely huge when it comes through. It's not even occurred. As soon as this spike gets tapped, I'm imagining we'll just see the retake coming in from Detty Elise.
Spike planted.
It is, there it is, but the spike goes down nonetheless, uncontested, and there you said the null command. They're struggling, they're really struggling to get past this barrage of defense.
Util after util, just slowing down the retake, but it does slowly come on in.
They've managed to lock so many people out. These smokes are going to be absolutely everything. Yaz doesn't know where to look. Here's the drop down. There's one immediately. Is traded out. It's 2 for 2 on the kill feed. And Zeke, he's got the angle. It's a close one. It's close quarters, but there it is. 1, 2. Gets it done. And finally we see it. We have series point at last. It's close, but a game of waiting, game of hesitancy from both sides. And it feels like on both sides it's backfiring at times.
Yeah, Enterprise, the pause there on site, it's such a risky move because you allow Detty Elise to be able to get around the site and choose where they want to retake from. But their post-plant positions were perfection. Nothing less than that. And then Zeke coming in with the picks from kind of around Jenny and around Hell was perfect. So now Detty Elise immediately, Maxime is taken off by Yaz. And now with no smokes, more picks have to be found by the defenders if they want even a chance to win this series.
Exactly, a key piece off the board and so early on as well. Plus side, it's not ruined any plans halfway through. You've got a chance to rethink what you're doing. But unfortunately for you, it's gonna get worse from here. Yes, this man to find another pick, keep those numbers in their favour. Lassie is just gonna let that cross happen. Util in hand, lucky to be alive here. Now has to try peek one out, make sure not being flanked. Jumps into the nano swarm to try find the kill and does indeed. But Zeke on that up. There it is. They've managed to get the site here. Locked out as that spike's going to get planted. I say in bated breath, knowing what happened last time, but there it is. 2 versus 3. Difficult. Dart spotter taken down. No information on either side from the recon devices.
Yeah, this is just going to be such a difficult retake. A Vandal could probably be picked up by him by Fraction, but the flash allowing him onto the line. Zeke is still holding this angle. Flashed, pushed off, misses the shot, but it's still going to be almost impossible to get in here.
Fraction finding that pick onto Starkey suddenly has left them with a one-dimensional defense, but Zeke is still firing, the savior of so many rounds and potentially the hero of this game. But it's Doma, the final pick to be found, and they secure themselves victory number 1 down, 2 to go to continue this run and to see themselves in playoffs. It took them a while. An incredible showing from Deti Elise here, better than I think we expected to see, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, a win, and their attack side has been cleaned up so well since their Challengers run. There are so many moments that you could see in Challengers Stage 2. There were a few weaknesses in their attack side. It didn't look like they may have always been able to close that out, but they've fixed it, they've worked on it as a team, and now it is looking so strong. Yet another map in the pool that is scary if you face Enterprise on it, and that's dreadful for the rest of Northeast, but Enterprise fans are going to be so happy that the Ascent is looking so clean.
Exactly. Lovely way to kick it off. But for Deti Elise, you know, it's a loss, but it's a strong loss. You've beaten a lot of expectations. You've learned a lot. You win or you learn is the saying. I think you learn even if you're winning, but there's a lot to take away from this. A couple of bits and pieces that, you know, we highlighted that we'd like to see them maybe tidy up before their next round of games. But that is definitely a way to kick it off. A strong showing. You're going to be happy with that regardless. You ran at the throne. You missed, but you didn't go too flat. But let's take a look at the stat. Anything that is jumping out immediately to you here?
I mean, it's just the supportive units of Enterprise that has always been incredible, right? Doma and Zeke, just so consistent in how they support their team, the flashes, the recons, the drones, perfection, but also their kills. When they are put under pressure on sites, whether they need to go aggressive on the attack side because maybe Yaz has the AWP has been taken down, they're both able to do so. And that's why Enterprise is such a scary team. And although we don't have anyone going positive on the side of Deti Elise, I think they all still performed great against such a difficult opponent, and you could see so many outstanding moments from all of them.
Exactly. A couple of players that I was excited to see maybe a little bit quieter in that map. Killers, who's such a really clutch player. We've seen these immense moments where they brought rounds back. Not really been needed to step up as much in a match like that, and wasn't finding as much on the frag front. But again, pitching up in every way that mattered and was needed of them in there. But I'm excited. That is certainly a game to kick it off with. Is Ascent though, you know, I wasn't sure we were going to see Ascent. We were talking about this. It's interesting that that's come out. Whether we see this be a little bit of a theme with all of the switch ups again, will yet to be seen. But another player I want to highlight there is Zeke. The multi-kills and stepping up, the most impactful moments in the game. If I was to pick out, you know, top 3 moments, I said this swung rounds, that swung overall balances of the game. It had to be Zeke time and time again, with kills through smokes, kills fully flashed, multi-kill after multi-kill on pistols and thrifty rounds. So that's quite exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of him coming out throughout the rest of course, the Swiss, and then potentially the brackets for them later on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But this isn't just a one series day. We've got another matchup coming on soon, and it's a great one. Input lag enjoyers, the X0 Tenacity Core, for people that knew that team in Stage 2 and in Challengers. No more Zero Tenacity, just Input Lag Enjoyers, bit of an interesting name, up against Extreme Gaming, another team that made it in through a tiebreaker in the lower Swiss. So we are looking at these lower seeded teams going up against these higher seeded teams. But it's another game that could go almost anywhere, because Extreme Gaming, their map pool was, you know, similar to Enterprise, was pretty low. But now that Pearl and now that Split are gone, they're looking very strong. So the next match could go either way.
That it could. But that is going to be it for this series. We're going to go have a little bit of a break, calm down, cool down after that match, and get ready to come firing all cylinders into the next series. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be fire.
what a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We want love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave you time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave you time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave you time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for series number 2 of 4 of our opening stage of this Upper Swiss. Now, first match went a little bit further than we expected. This match, so much closer on paper, and I'm beyond excited to see these two teams.
Yeah, I think this should be relatively close. Maybe not, going all the way to like triple overtime or something like that, but both of these teams have shown a lot of capability. Obviously, Zero Tenacity going over to Challengers EMEA a couple of months ago now. They did come 9th to 12th, but they lost out to 2 incredibly good teams. And now that core has moved on away from Zero Tenacity and now into Input Lag Enjoyers. And they look good. They have had some changes, so, expect a little bit of a different look compared to what we saw from them before. But the core is still the same. And at the end of the day, that's what matters, because they can keep using the consistency that they had, the communication, the fundamentals of how they worked, and bring that into this series and into the rest of the Upper Swiss to try and make it a playoffs, try and make that run again.
Exactly. And then on the flip side, we've got Extreme Gaming, some players that you would have seen around, but it's looking a little bit different for them, isn't it?
It is. They have changed a fair bit. There's a couple of things that have changed, especially their head coach. So Coach Draco coming in for Extreme Gaming, looking to come in and change and make sure that this team is ready to go and work together and keep on pushing. They did only just make it in through a tiebreaker from Lower Swiss because they beat Wild 1-0. They also beat Detiolus, who we just saw going up against Enterprise Esports as well. So this team, a little bit close for them, a little bit tricky to make it, but the map pool, similar to how it was for Enterprise, is looking much heavier in their favour, because Split, Pearl, those maps are gone, and they did not like those maps very much. So now with Bind and Corrode, there's a chance.
Exactly. It seems to be a whole world of change coming through for, really for both of these teams. We're going to see little bits and pieces coming in. It's going to be how quickly they've managed to make this gel together is going to be a really key one. And whether we see them playing into some of those elements we talked about when you change stuff, you have that, trump card up your sleeve. You've got that little bit of an unknown element. You don't have VODs as a team necessarily for people to go look at. So that's going to be quite interesting to see. That, of course, is going to change after this. People are going to be able to have a little bit of a look. But but as you can see here, the input lag enjoyers, you said mysterious, hidden in the shadows there. That is going to be the lineup that we are going to see them play with today. Coming into this, definitely one of the favoured teams, having come through that stage 2 playoffs, where I do believe that they were in the final.
Yeah, they made it very far, and you know, they are that team that we are expecting to make it pretty far again, despite the changes that they've had in their roster. Now, to me, the biggest thing for them is how has their changes that they've made, both to the team, affected how they play the maps? Because even despite the Tejo nerfs, they were still playing with Tejo at various points. They were still playing around that kind of that style. They were running Waylay on Icebox. They had a very interesting way of playing, and now have these roster moves that they've made changed how they approach maps, how they are looking to play together as a team? Because to me, that's the kicking point.
You talk about maps. We did this last time, guessing game of maps. Do you want to talk me through what you think should be happening, and then come to a conclusion, and then we can tell you, how right or wrong you are?
Yeah, just so you can call me wrong. That's fine. Yeah.
Well,
so, Ascent's being banned. 100% Extreme Gaming not wanting to go there. They didn't go there at all in lower Swiss or in open qualifiers. They don't want to take it there. I'm imagining Sunset might get banned. Both of these teams weren't huge fans of that map. Didn't go super well. Beyond that, I don't think we'll see Corrode yet. I think most teams will want to keep that hidden unless Extreme Gaming pick it as essentially a spanner in the works for input lag enjoyers. Something a little bit surprising, but they could always ban it on the way because it's only a best of one. So I think we're probably going to go to Haven, is going to be my guess of where we're going. Close. So Lotus?
Lotus. You were spot on every point of the way about, the binds coming through for Ascent, the binds coming through for the binds coming through for Sunset. And yeah, spot on there. You were a little bit worried that I was going to call you wrong. I was sat here waiting, preemptively, and I have been once again silenced. But yeah, it is going to be Lotus that we see coming up. So another 3-site map, but Haven first one taken out by input lag enjoyers. Interesting to know. We casted Odyssey to earlier today. I say earlier today, it was about 20 minutes ago, to be honest with you. But Extreme actually beat them during the earlier stages, during the lower Swiss on this map, which is always a good sign. They were pretty close in the overall rankings towards the end there. But it's interesting to see. It's different teams of maybe different calibers a little bit here, and how much stock you can put into that victory. But again, best of ones, they get a little bit crazy, they get a little bit hectic, and it does mean that lag enjoyers will be starting on that defense side.
Yeah, which is interesting. So their comp has changed from before when they were that Zero Tenacity core. They're no longer playing around with that Tejo or that Yoru. Both teams going for the classic Fnatic mirror compositions on this map. The main difference here is the Sentinels, as we saw on Ascent, pretty interchangeable between Cypher and Killjoy. No big surprises. Expecting both of these teams to be working around with this Viper, making sure that they've got the wall over towards A so they can look for some lurk timings, look for some surprises over towards Rubble, whilst sending the rest of the core over towards C, doing a classic C default to see what they can find.
Yeah, this is, I'm hyped. It's going to look like a very firepower heavy time here as well. And we're always enjoyers. We're enjoyers a little bit of mechanical input. Input lag enjoyers, we talked about it. Interesting name. Hopefully not actually playing with input lag. I've seen some weird, people playing with weird keybinds. I've never seen anyone purposefully input lag themselves. So hopefully we're going to see them clicking quick, clicking fast, clicking heads today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see, the standard default, especially over for a pistol for both of these teams, but a trap play being set up over towards C Mound. And this is an interesting smoke put up by Kikana. I like this. It puts a little bit of a doubt in the defender's mind, and they can't set up for the trap as aggressive as they wanted to before. So they've backed off over towards site, but now the one-way is up. And the cycling of these smokes from input lag already shows how well they know this map.
Exactly. It's meant that they've been unable to find anything, and at some point they've just got to cut their losses and go for it. It's going to be an opening kill with the paint shells onto Fezis, but that's going to be all they find for now. The fact that they actually, walk away with a kill after being pushed back so oppressively there is incredible, and now slowly towards the side, breaking the traps as they go. Smoke to allow them that passage. It's taken them a bit of time to get here, but on site they have made it.
Yeah, it was a really nice combo of the Seize nade over towards Mound. And you can see Fez is just caught off guard, but now the spike, it's going to have to be planted safe, but because everyone is here from Input Lag for the quick retake as soon as that spike goes down.
Exactly. Not wasting any time, not wasting any bodies, and trying to hold off the site. Now just going all in on the retake. Pretty with one. Now trying to find something else, but they're all tucked in backside, making it very difficult to weasel them out. Neas next up and taken down instantly. Headshot, and they just keep on firing. Let them get the sights. It was an amazing start, and just hop on the defuse, why don't you? And it's so clean. It is so quick on the retake.
Yeah, the retake's super clean there from Impact Lag. There was a couple of moments where it looked like, okay, they could be halted here, but the nade to start it off over towards backside forces 3 people up towards Bend. And from there, you have nowhere to go. You're stuck in this corner. Yes, they had that sheriff out towards Mound, but then that can only really get a peek in once everyone pushes over towards site. But I like this from Extreme Gaming. A lot of Sheriff buys, a Marshal buy as well. They're trying to force... No, not fully force this. They can full buy next round, but they're saying, we can still take this to you. You're going to have a fair amount of light shields, although they've bought a lot of heavy. And this is probably because there is the cash for an Outlaw, although Wizzing hasn't gone for it.
Ooh, jump spot spotted and tagged. Giving them full access to Mound there. It's going to be Fezis with the first pick found elsewhere on the map, however. Pulled a little bit of doubt over, and now Fusion set in. Battle here. Wizzing, waiting. Pyro just toying with the edge here. And there is round the corner spam. Second bullet's going to get the job done. Rotating doors causing a lot of noise and ruckus. Slowly they settle in towards this B site.
Yeah, I love this from Extreme. Opening that door just forces anyone playing aggressive with a judge to back off. And now Extreme, they've got the judge, they've got that Marshal in hand as well. And they've still got time on the board to play with. They can look to really work around the map, force the rotates from Input Lag to go into points where they don't want. But this Cypher, it's going to get pressured. It's another C hit. Damage already, though.
It is. They've managed to force them into these fights, and unfortunately for them, that is to their demise. Hassan round the corner finds a second, knows there's more. Here's the footsteps, lines up for 3, and now just Wizzing knows that that judge has been conceded, but no immediate danger to it, not at least from that range. It's going to be pretty weird. The Sheriff ends it all, and a lovely conversion.
Yeah, a great conversion, and the fact that Pretty only brought up that Sheriff means that we could potentially see another round 3 op. We saw it work amazingly over on Ascent. I think they're just deciding, you can see they've not brought up a gun, playing the bonus properly as it should be played. And no, they're just going to keep that money, go for a Guardian, and they're still able to buy up an op next round if they want it. For the side of Extreme, they've got their rifles online, but it's only a Bulldog for Neas, and that is not so good, especially at the long ranges on this map.
Exactly, but it's a little bit of scrappy in some sections against each other. Bonus from Lag here is certainly going to cause some potential eyebrow raises. Here is this time Mound being allowed to take him for free. Orb is secured. Kikana looking to go forward, looking to punish anyone looking to hide in these smokes. Pyro, right weapon for it. Just going to sit down, be patient. Unfortunately, though, as they back away, that is suddenly going to become a very difficult weapon to do much more in the round with. It's not exactly a space-retaking weapon. However, the team might not even need it. Firing on all cylinders, they take down the first 2. Pretty's looking low on health, but a body still being alive is all the pressure they need.
Yeah, and I mean, taking out both the Viper and the Killjoy, that's your lurk and your flank presence gone. And now this means that Extreme, they have to go towards A, and the rotations are coming over. There's going to be 3 people by the time they hit site.
Lovely paranoia coming on through. Kills go 1 apiece. Never slides on down,
30 seconds
waiting,
left.
hoping to be given something, but unfortunately he's just going to Have to sit still, waiting for the sound cues to pounce. Chewy up the ropes slowly. Not gonna spot Never, however, but about to run into a whole lot of trouble. Pretty with that judge, not quite able to find anything, trying to get the Haunter off. Does indeed, but it's not gonna spot anybody. They already have a bit of an idea what's going on. The spike goes down, but it's short-lived.
Almost flawless on their bonus. Input lag looking strong. The changes that they've made, the stuff they have worked on is looking so good. Even the tiny micro decisions that they had on their defense, with Fezzi's taking that first duel and then Pretty coming in the second, getting it, and then swapping. They swap Pretty and Never around so that then, you know, it really messes with Extreme. They have no idea where to go, whilst Input Lag have all of the information, all of the kills, all of the damage, and they win out on their bonus. And now Extreme are put into such a tough position. A Stinger and Sheriffs, a B-hit, a classic on an eco round, but it looks like it's expected. Fizzies is going to have this paranoia ready and waiting. And it's going to be... That could be it. The round could end so quickly here.
It could be, especially with these pistols. You want something a little bit pacey, and unfortunately, pacey right into their doom. Never with the opening pick, and actually... maybe robbed of a second there. The smokes come on out just to force them back, knowing that this is a weak buy, knowing that when the aggression fades, suddenly this round gets infinitely harder. Mike out in the open, taken down, fighting fights on all sides. 3 players left, Never rounding the corner slowly but surely. Smoke comes out, spots an elbow, but that's all that's going to be. The Prowler, a little bit of trouble, uses it to get rid of the tripwire. However, Pyro gets one. As a trade comes through, but chipping away with the damage, still keeping them off at this site. And it's death by 1,000 paper cuts in this round.
And Extreme are just stuck over towards B main. Faziz is looking for this, but I don't think you really need to. I like Kikana switching over that door just to put a little bit of pressure over towards C. You can see the rotates going, but now it's just going to be B.
Just B, and just the spike going down. Now if you're whizzing, you've not really got a whole lot to save and hold on to here. You've not really got much of an exit plan, especially as we can see Pretty on the lurk there, but a team ace to get the 4th round on the board. Yes, it's just against those pistols and a Stinger, but it feels good nonetheless just to keep this momentum building and building.
Yeah, and you can talk a lot about how Extreme were trying to play that. The ideas of going for the B hit, it is a very standard way of playing your Lotus ecos. So I don't mind it, because people think, oh, it's standard, they won't do it, and they can get in their own heads about it. So Extreme just going for basic, what they know. But they were immediately shut down. The Outlaw shot, the Viper snake bite, great work. And now we're going back to standard Lotus. Default over towards C, Viper looking to look over towards A, but shut down the Seasonade combo, pushes Mike all the way back, and the Haunt notes them. So now, Extreme have a decision to make. Do we exec C when we know this Cypher is here? Or do we wait, do we pause, and do we look to go back over towards A, where there could be 3 people ready and waiting?
Unfortunately for them, and as we could see on the mini-map, reinforcements already starting to move around. Such an advanced position on A, they know there's no danger there. Showstopper comes on out, hoping, desperately praying that someone is going to show FaZe that they can find some impact, but it's scared them away. It's taken that space, if nothing else. And they've managed to get themselves onto a very busy C site, but unfortunately they will be given no reprise here. Immediately the retake, it is on.
It is on, and the nightmare starts. Although 2 people pushing over towards the CT from Extreme, this is great. Site is almost completely open itself, but the retake is going to be so tricky.
The more smokes that appear, the harder it gets for both of these teams. Bot spotted just in the nick of time there. Whizzings managed to find 2, but 3 versus 4 on their hands. Immediate turnaround. It's a good reaction, but it's not good enough to find the kills. And in a split second, it all comes flooding in. Labor to get there, Labor to keep onto it, but they get themselves on the boards and stop lag spiraling this half too early.
Yeah, that's a great round from Extreme. The aggression in the post plant, it's going to put so many doubts in Input Lag's mind, not just on this round, but in the future rounds as well. being able to take that control, you can see the default of the defense has completely switched. We've now got the raise over towards C, because they've seen this C default a fair few times, potentially looking for another trap like we saw in round 1. Hopefully for them it goes better this time around, but we'll have to see. It's full guns on both sides, but no showstopper this time.
Nope, there's a little bit of a tap to try bait out the paranoia. Successfully done. However, the trap, it backfires a little bit and it gives them the room to retake this mound control, establish those aggressive smokes like we talked about. And now they've taken so much control, they've heard nothing. They know that elsewhere danger must be brewing.
And it's brewing over towards A, but Hassan is set up here with a very disgusting trip setup. Nice and aggressive, looking to be able to take those picks as well over towards heaven if someone walks towards backside. They do see the trip, they do break it in time, so it's going to have to be a retake. There's 4 people alive, an advantage compared to last time they retook on a site, but still the post plants have looked good from Extreme. Can they get set up into good enough angles again, or do they go aggressive?
I think they're looking to try back away just a bit here, especially with the barrage of utility. Kazas hoping to find something, a little bit of information, and indeed does spot a couple of players. Neas, however, just holding this angle. It's going to make pretty so difficult to try work into this fight. Like round the corner, but the last player now alive. Here's the defuse come on through, but so many bodies distracted by the smoke, isn't able to find everyone. An impossible task ahead of him, and unfortunately, around on the board, it's a speed bump for Lag, and that's it. Lovely stuff. I was maybe a little bit worried. I thought that, Hassan had bought enough time for the team to come over quickly, a very aggressive retake to come through, but they actually take a little bit more time to gather their forces. However, if it works, can't really complain.
Yeah, and work it does, but now there's an operator online. Same position as the Outlaw was on that round 4. We could potentially get a little bit going over there, but there is the Prowler to push it off of the line, so Nair's got to be diligent with their utility here. But Whizzing could just be taken down now. The Prowler coming through first, does find its mark, the shot misses, and pushed off of the line. And that op has now been noted. So watch now how Extreme change what they're doing. How aggressive are they going elsewhere on the map? Because where do they think this op has moved to?
Exactly. It's information to work with, it's a game plan to form, but unfortunately they are being met by a barrage of defensive smokes. All comes down, and now they've managed to tuck themselves in, but Others is wanting to try keep this competitive, try keep an angle on this. Nightfall comes on out and gives the ability to burst onto the site, and once more we're looking at retakes. Left a little bit of a lurk presence, and they've sent Mike forward to try get ahead of this. Proactivity awaiting, gets one, and there will be no trade. Even one of the mollies to try separate them by more time, puts some space, going for another peek. Doesn't quite expect Pyro as close as they are on that tight angle, but there it is. Now 4 versus 3. It's difficult positions to weasel out. Naeus now stuck in a smoke. Dewey sat on site, just hearing the footsteps approach, but Naeus has managed to find 2. Dewey pops their head into the kill feed, and now Hassan left to try piece this together. 1 kill, all that's needed. Finds it. There's all the time in the world. It's a little bit closer this time, but the retake masterclass, it continues.
Yeah, the retake's looking so clean. Mike, though, with this early lurk over towards Hobbit, it's the perfect timing. And it's just so unexpected. And Hassan a little bit excited with that final kill. Maybe a little bit messy, a little bit whiffy, but he gets it, and they get the operator online again. And now at round 8, 6-1, we finally get that timeout from Extreme Gaming. Coach Draco finally wanting to talk to the team, work out what's going wrong as they are shoved down to an eco. Yes, there's a lockdown. Yes, there's a Viper's Pit. But you've got to be able to get to the site to use the Viper's Pit in the first place. And the lockdown, unless you get that space first, you can't even find a good place to put it. So Extreme Gaming have to find a way to be able to get a pick, get another one, and follow up. We saw it looking great in the pistol. They need to find more of that source.
Exactly, and I think another issue they've had is that the getting onto the site has been quite, it's been very heavy on the offensive. They've not been able to take much space beyond the site, at least not from any angle other than which they came, which causes a little bit of problems because it means that they've got the flank angle covered, but no one's really been headed that way. Is that they just end up having to bunker down on site, and Lag have been abusing that.
They have, but now the eco, there's a Stinger, there's a Bulldog online for Extreme Gaming, and they're switching up the default just a little bit again, going for the 2-2-1. The Viper going to look for a little bit of space over towards A. Mike does have that Sheriff, so could look to find something, but immediately Input Lag say no. No coming over towards C, no coming over towards B. We'll take out your Killjoy, we'll Viper ult on C, and now Extreme are left in the dust. What do they do at this point? Oh, they can only really find space over towards A. But there's 4 people there.
Exactly, such an oppressive ult. It stops the whole site, and it's just one person holding down essentially a third half even of the map. And all attention focuses on A. They've read this like an open book. Neas needs to run around the corner. It needs to be aggressive and pacey. It's a lovely paranoia to find them the pick, but still, Herculean task lies ahead here. Never trying to work with this angle, trying to get a line of sight in. Knows that nobody is crossed just yet, and as that smoke goes down, gonna open up a whole world of sightlines.
Yeah, this has been great. Extreme, they're finding that space to work with this close range weaponry, but now never with this Outlaw. Already got to pick with it over towards B, and they have to walk past his eye line. Yep,
wall goes up again, but that's not going to solve the problem we've been talking about forever. Ooh, Rocket Fuse comes out. Oh, it's nicely timed, trying to get ahead. It is point blank, range finds 1. Maybe spares his teammates a worse fate. Hassan, however, peeks out, baited by the sound of the spike going down, but has done enough, peeks out. There's no time to pick it up, no time to try plant it again. And time is their worst enemy. Patience from the side of Lag, just holding their posts. And it is wielding such immense results.
Yeah, just a little bit, waiting a little bit too long. I like the idea of waiting there, putting a bit of doubt in the mind, opening the door, and then walking on forward. But the nade reset coming back from Never is what won them that round. The kill on the back of sight from Fezzy was huge, but that nade won it. So we can see Never 8 and 3 right now. Operator back in their hand over towards C. Is this C default capable of shutting down an op, or will Never find something else?
Such an aggressive position, and there's the smoke to back away as well. Lovely stuff, 2 picks off the bat, and that is going to be difficult to recover from. They're still wanting to go forward here. They've taken this space, and they don't want to let these sacrifices be in vain. But with more and more smokes coming out, they are just trapped out here. Viral hoping to find something through the smoke, just a bit of covering fire, and not going to find anything just yet, but sat happy knowing the advantage they're lying on.
And it's such a huge advantage. Okay, they've only got that Cypher roll online, the neural theft, not super useful in this case, but 5 versus 3. So tricky to come back from, especially when Mike, although he's found a lot of space, is left completely alone. Could be supported by Fezzies. The contact does come through, but the paranoia is going to push him back. And now the progress over towards C, it has to go here.
It does, and there's so little health on Jury as well. Noise made. Pyro's just going to play a ring around the roses with them. Smoke's causing a little bit of trouble. Not 100% sure where to be looking now. Peeks out, spots one head, and all it takes is going to be a stray bullet on either of them. Pretty's found. Nair's 10 HP, a dream, but 4 bodies headed your way. And it's an 8-1 lead to contend with for Extreme here. What a start.
Yeah, this is a dream start for Impact Lag. They are so happy with how this is going. And Extreme on the other side. 5 ults online. You've been holding on to some of these for 4, 5, 6 rounds. They need to start using them to be able to just push it that little bit further. They've gotten to the site almost every round. They've gotten the spike down the majority of the rounds. Now they just need to get it that little bit further, get more round wins, and these ults are the way to do it. If they can get this Viper's Pit in the post plant, which looks like what should be happening over towards C, that could be another round win on the board.
Exactly. And here it is. Jumping straight on in. Showstopper hunting, if nothing else, just to try take some space. However, caught in a tripwire, it's a little bit of a problem, but there's another tripwire left, right, and center. Wizzing's already holding for the flank, however, managed to find two, and actually still kicking, may be good for a third. It is going to be Fez's finally put to stop to the shenanigans, but it's way too late. A little bit too much gone wrong for them here. Dewey's taken so much space forward. Pretty missed shot. There is a trade coming through, but they cannot keep going 1-for-1 at a player disadvantage, especially now that Hassan left alone. Neurotheft comes out, knows where all of them are, but unfortunately the Viper's Pit, it's so difficult.
Left alone, can look to find something, but just immediately shut down. The Stinger, the Thrifty for Extreme Gaming. They used a lot of ults to get them that round, but you can see why they did. It's going to build up confidence. It's going to start to build up a little bit of bank for the last 2 rounds of this game. They can buy this, they can buy the next, regardless of what happens. Maybe not the best buy, but at the very least, a little bit. So now Extreme Gaming. 2 ults left. Do they use them in this round to try and secure as much as possible? Do they push for that 8-4? Because it's going over towards C yet again. They've had the most success here, so it makes sense.
It does indeed. There is a little bit of information going both ways here. Having to be very careful on the A side. A lot of presence being put there, but actually, misnomer. This has had a look and not heard anything, so you can see him starting to call over a couple of pieces.
Yeah, after that initial prowl run, Haunt does see something pretty. Pulling people over. This is looking like a C hit. You can see the Viper, you can see Mike moving over towards C. And there's the lockdown to try and find as much space as possible. But Fezzy sacrificing themselves for the play to try and find as many picks as possible. It's just 1. And now sight is clear. Sight is open. It's a 4 versus 4 with a B-lurk.
It is taking one down there. It's a noble sacrifice, but your team would really have liked that extra body alive to head on into this as well. Lovely paint shells, but unfortunately just a second too late to come on out here. Haunt's not going to spot anybody, so they're running in blind. I say that actually. A couple of people flash up just last second. And now never left alone. Too much to do. Just back away and save this gun. Team melted around them.
Yeah, this almost a flawless victory from Extreme, and let's never find something absolutely special. All off the back of that Haunt from Neyes. Beautiful work to allow the rest of the team to spam through those smokes, through those Cypher cages, and find the team of Input Lag. Great work, and a 3rd on the board. And now the Econ, it's going to be a bit mixed for the side of Input Lag. They'll have some buys, never saving is huge for him. But they might have Hassan down on a slightly weaker buy. And after a devastating start for Extreme, they might be able to get 4 rounds, which, if I was them, I'd be happy with at this point.
Exactly. Given that 8-1 down, anything more that you can find, you stop them getting to 9. That's a little bit of a smile you could put on your face here. You've got a couple of ultimates online available for Lag that could be the difference maker. Fairly big ult in the likes of the Nightfall, but needs to live long enough to use it, especially going aggressive early. Backs away quickly, and that is going to be much to their savior there. Mike spraying away, the desperate jump back, the shadow step to get into safety. This could be huge. It's going to find all of them. No.
All 5 noted, and look at this. The Omen TP to the backline.
And it's just been uncontested. Now keeps on going. The paranoia's perfect. Good for 3. And that's all that needs to be done. Pretty. Pressure alleviated. And now the rest of the team. Spike is dropped. And it's all going wrong. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at Wizzing. And a TP. It's ballsy. It's crazy. But it secures them a 9th.
And that is how you want to send your team to 9. A beautiful set play there. Off of the back. Of the Fade ult. Of the Omen ult. We love to see it.
A 9-3 half is what we have on our hands here. Difficult times lie ahead. 8-1 at one point against Extreme. So they brought it back a little bit. They bought themselves a very small life buoy in a vast ocean here. But a pistol round would be a nice way. Reignite some hope after an insane play for Lag to end off the half.
Yeah, you need to do whatever you can to bring it back after that because, you know, everyone knows about those Omen plays, but when they happen to you, it does hurt. A lot of pressure here over towards the C site. We're not seeing a lot of rotations, but we're seeing some movement from the defenders. Mike looking for something, but actually people have snuck past Nevers on the site.
That was a cheeky little timing. Mike, caught by the paranoia, has to jump on back, concede that space. And Nevers caused enough problems for them already. It's going to allow them to get that spike down. Hellshade's going to go in deep. There's a little bit of a response back, and there's going to be a kill found from Dewey off of them.
Yeah, the Seasonade, beautiful, but they've still got to find more. 4 versus 4 for this retake. It's going to be tricky. The smoke's on site.
They are all... They've now got the Prowler once again. The Haunter, sorry, but Pyro's got one. Neas a response. It's trades for trades. But Hassan Pretty, they step up. Mike, we talked about some crazy timings, but a Team Ace Fez's pitch is in his name last second to secure themselves a round. And that is the worst case scenario here for Extreme. Gonna have to be on a lower buy, seeing slowly more rounds tick away.
And it's when it gets scrappy. That seems to be, we saw that earlier with Enterprise, and we're seeing that now with Input Lag Enjoyers. When it gets scrappy, these teams, these cores that have had more time together, that have had time on the bigger stages in Tier 2, that's when we see these teams shine, is when it gets scrappy, when they have to rely on their fundamentals and their fighting. And now on the defense, Extreme Gaming, 3 Sheriffs looking to find something. They've been very good with them earlier on last half, but the Outlaw immediately finding 2, switch to the Classic, and now it's just Mike left.
Oh, it all goes horribly wrong. It all crumbles in seconds, and Mike trying to find a clip of their own. Unfortunately, not a kill to be found. Flawless in almost every definition of the word. 8 points of damage in total done onto the Lag team that round. Yes, it's against, you know, only 3 Sheriffs, but that's still the confidence boost we talked about. The snowballs turn to avalanches, turn into these best of ones, ending rather quickly. And Extreme, it's just getting harder and harder for them here. Still not a full complete buy here. Couple of shields missing. You still got that Bulldog from Whizzing, so tough times ahead.
Yeah, and Extreme didn't win against the bonus of Lag last time, so they're going to have to try and change history, change the story a little bit. Good early map presence over towards A, but a potential fake B-pop here to try and drag some rotations over towards the middle of the map. The spike gets dropped over towards Mound as we get a potential silent push over into B.
It's sneaky, and they never see it coming, never hear it coming. And suddenly sight is lost. Jury wants to try and get their name in the hat early on. Has managed to contend with the Cypher and thus the tripwire in their face, but you've still got to try to take back this map control. However, in the meantime, this has all been a bit of a ruse for them to run over towards C. Now, Whizzing close enough by to try to deal with this. A little bit of util set up and ready, but still needs to find something here to buy their team a way back in. It's a lot of damage, but it's no kills to be found. And now, Pikana last alive. What do you do here? Surely you're wanting to save.
But it's so tricky to do that because you've got Never in your back. put up towards B Heaven earlier, getting a kill, and now Kakana's worried. You can see the paranoia. Although it's the Omen player lurking in the back of their mind, there's a Raze somewhere ready, waiting to stab them in the back.
Fortunately, it's not going to be a stab in the back that's their downfall. It's a bullet to the face as a 12th round map point in this best of one secured. And now, it's a long, long road ahead if you want to come back. And maybe it's not over. Maybe they have something to work with. They've saved this one Vandal, but there's not going to be enough support around it. It's going to have to be an incredible Thrifty to kickstart an incredible comeback or to even put more rounds on the board. But we do have that showstopper online on none other than Dewey.
Yeah, that is basically the only chance here that Extreme Gaming have on this defense. The Season 8 to start it out over towards A, just to try and get this control. It's worked for them in the past. But now, depending on what Lag do, it's all down to the showstopper and the judge. I know you love this gun.
I love the judge.
I know you love it. And it could find something here. But Kakana's been left completely alone. And the Prowler will surely spot him.
And you're going to need lightning reactions either way. Close angle, just desperately spraying, trying to reload, will be caught on the reload. Actually does manage to find one just in the nick of time. And that's enough just for Dewey to head on over. Showstopper fired, they go 1 for 1, but it's still quite not enough. And now scrambling, you can see them not sure whether to push onto site ahead of the smokes or not. But actually, the call to hold back for Nayas has been made. Wait for them to fall into any of the pitfalls that you set up waiting. And the wide out in the open right now, held at bay by smokes, but once they fade, suddenly it does get a little bit scarier.
It does, but the push over towards B.
Oh, they're doing it. Hassan last left alive, 1 versus 2, knows where I believe both of these players are, can at least hear them, knows where Mike is, knows Nayas has been a bit of a downfall, trying desperately to run away, 15 health. 2 enemies to contend with, utility out, the wall comes up, maybe a Mercy, uses it just to slip around, try find an angle, oh, and just about slips into the B site, being chased for 14 seconds.
They've just maybe got enough time to plant the spike here, but 15 HP, 6 seconds, they'll just get onto the site in time, and Mike opens the door. This is going to alert Hassan to exactly where they are. Hassan's position here is going to be crucial. 3 bullets.
Oh, and that is it. 3 kills, a clutch, a sprint across the site. And it is so clutch, but it is an insane way to close this game out. The plays that we have seen coming out from this team, a victory well earned, and what a way to end it.
Yeah, what a way. A 1 versus 3, I think, at one point.
As well.
That was 3 bullets to end it out, the headshot to close it. Hassan looking on fire, and Input Lag as a team just looking so clean. The changes they've made have looked so good. And yes, okay, they get caught out by a couple of traps every so often, but Hassan has been the playmaker on that cypher. And every step of the way, it felt like any time Extreme Gaming showed something good, they had the counter the next round.
Exactly. You know, even if broken clocks right twice a day, you're going to find these rounds, you're going to find a trap that works, but the adaptability, the fluidity of Lag just to counter this, to keep on going. Yes, they let a round slip, but they never really let more than a round go in a row, which is incredible to see. That's what you want to be seeing from these teams. You've got clutches, you've got highlight plays, and you've got the whole team looking so cohesive here.
Yeah, and everyone is on the board in such an even way from the side of Input Lag. They look so even everywhere. It's 4 first bloods on your Omen. Sure, at the end of the day, Fezzy was so good that you don't mind seeing that. You usually look your Omen a little bit alive later on, but they looked so clean early and late in the rounds. But this isn't to say that Extreme weren't good. They came up with so many little combos, so many nice set plays, that they looked like they had so many good moments. But Input Lag, the consistency, the history that this team has, I think that's what pushed them over the line.
Oh, exactly. And we talked about it, you know, a team with that much synergy, who have gelled a little bit more, haven't had maybe as much disruption. It gives them the opportunity, especially in really difficult moments, in retakes that are a bit chaotic, having that more stable communication that you built up over the time with teammates is just going to be that small thing, an unconscious thing that makes the difference. And that's something that comes with time. And we're going to see that, and that's going to be them establishing themselves. First victory on the board. We talked about it. Swiss stage, first to 3 wins and goes forward. But if you hit 3 losses before then, unfortunately, you're out. So this is a nice way to kick it off. But for Extreme, there is still time. There is still chances for them. They beat, of course, we talked about Detty earlier. Earlier in the tournament, in the lower Swiss stage, they beat them on this map, and that was a team that took, you know, the top of the top Enterprise to, you know, to almost the end of regulation. It was 13-8 at the end. So maybe this wasn't a great map for them, but we've seen them do well against teams that have done well. So in the context, I'm hoping this was maybe just a little bit of a blip.
Yeah, a blip in the way, and like I said, they looked good. They've got that chance. It's lower Swiss. They've got 2 more chances to go, but up next we have Bitfix Gaming versus Metasport. This is 2 classic Northeast organizations battling once again. Both of these teams were at Glitched, the LAN event, and they played against each other a multitude of times there. So this is going to be an absolutely incredible matchup coming up next. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Likewise. So we're going to go to a little bit of a break. We're going to get ready for a killer matchup. Grab some snacks. I promise you're going to want something just to feast on whilst we feast on this next game. We'll see you very shortly.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bonds or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, we love the tune, just meditate. If we didn't get it by 9, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bonds or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than a clock, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them, boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you pump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
She a thirsty bitch, wanna visit your dreams. You can see you here, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you feel. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty bitch, real thirsty. Like a snitch on me, now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide, you can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in my valley, and if we sound be a while, so don't panic. Know what that elemental was said. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I'll seek you hide, you can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we
They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, they're for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shorty. She mean with the top, and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice, so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that you pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. Hey, ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for sure, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Game 3 coming up very shortly. We spoke a little bit before the break, but in case you weren't here for that, we've got Bitfix Gaming versus Metasport, and this I am very excited for.
Yeah, this is a matchup that not only is relatively classic Northeast, it happened less than a month ago at the Glitched LAN.
LAN as well.
Yeah, it was a LAN event, it was glitched, it was these two teams. It's one of those things where, do we see the same result from that? Because for those not aware of what happened there, Metasport won in a 2-1 lead over Bitfix Gaming. So it was a very close matchup. Icebox went to triple overtime. There's a lot of things that could happen here today depending on where we go. It should be a banger.
It should be indeed. And we spoke a little bit about it. LAN, you know, not all teams get necessarily the opportunity to go to LAN, but the skills that you build whilst there, the synergy and everything that happens at LAN is builds this team spirit, this team atmosphere that's so important. And often you see really big boons in team energy, in team synergy, and results subsequently from teams that have gone to LAN. Now, both of these teams have that advantage, so this is going to be even spicier. A little bit of a grudge potentially. However, it is only a best of one at this time, so I will be curious to see if that changes much given how close it was last time.
Yeah, it's one of those question marks, right? Because at the end of the day, Metasport won the glitched LAN. Bitfix got third. They were knocked out by Metasport. So there's a lot of that, do we keep that energy pushing forward? Do we not? But let's take a look at the Bitfix gaming roster, because this roster is incredibly good. They have a great cast of players. They love these double sentinel compositions as well, and they're not afraid to play things like Sky, things like Sage, things like Deadlock, which a lot of people love. Ooh. But most importantly, they have a incredible cast of supporting characters, not just going aggressive. It's not just their duelist getting all the picks. It's people like Martox on the Deadlock finding everything that they can. It's a great roster. I'm very excited to see what they can pull off today.
Exactly, and it makes it a little bit difficult sometimes when you're playing up against a team that is a little bit extraneous with their agent picks here, especially when you're putting in the reps against a lot of teams that are running whatever is meta at the time, or seems sometimes and on some maps to be the same cast of characters. You go up against a team that plays something a little bit different, you're not as prepared, not as practiced against that, which is always exciting. I love a little bit of chaos, a little bit of anarchy. Might spice things up a little bit as well, potentially towards the map veto. Be curious to see whether they're really embracing change there. But of course, that's only one side of the equation. We've got to look at the team that they are going up against. Storied names have struggled a little bit potentially in previous stages. Not amazing last time, but Metasport, still a lot of names that you are familiar with, that you guys know and that you guys love.
Yeah, you look at people like Cider, like Anguist, that are just staples in Northeast. Chinook as well coming on in. This roster, they were a little bit rocky earlier on over in Stage 2 in Northeast, but they've stabilized, they've settled down, and now this roster is ready to rock. They are looking so good across most of their map pool. The Ascent is the only question point for me. Their Sunset, they've played 3 different comps, they're still working out what they want to do there. But on Ascent, the biggest thing for me is that we've not seen it since very early in Stage 2 of Northeast. So that is the biggest question point for me in their map pool. Are we going to see that in a permaban? Because it's BO1s for the first 2 games of Swiss regardless of what happens. So we might not see that for a little bit now anyway. And if so, where do they take us? Because their Haven, it looks pretty good. They're very strong on both sides, and they've beaten other teams, other UK Northeast orgs people know, Coalesce, Control. They've beaten those in the lower Swiss. They're very good. But let's take a look, and we're going to go to Bind.
Ooh.
Now. This map just come back into the map pool, Lena, and to me, this is such an interesting one to land on, because neither of these teams knows what the other will play unless they've scrimmed.
True, and of course it coming back, it's a little bit of an unknown element. Has much changed from last time? I am so glad to see it back, and so glad to be seeing it be played here as well. And I think these are 2 teams that they're going to put a real showstopper up on this map, particularly. Whether that affects what we see them playing agent-wise, I'm not sure, but I think it's definitely interesting that it's landed here. Maybe a little bit of no man's land, neither team really wanting to stake too much of a claim to it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they might not pick into it if it was a best of 3, but they're not fussed. They might have floated it and it might have been the 3rd pick in a best of 3, but obviously in a best of 1, those maps you float, they become the ones you land on. And like you said, it could be a no man's land. It could be something where, we could see double duelists, things like, Yoru and Raze. We've seen ISO on this map, but we could also go somewhere where Bitfix love to go, which is double sentinel. And that does usually mean you lose out on either the burst potential or the repetitive smokes of the Viper, which they might not want to go down. But they look so good when they have the Deadlock in their comps. I wouldn't be surprised if they go there.
Well, it is going to be Metasport starting on that attacking side. So that's maybe a little bit of a detriment there potentially. But we said we want to see something burst, we want to see something rapid, we want to see something quick, and Metasport starting on attack it, that's certainly going to be what's on the menu for this series nonetheless. I'm genuine. I'm just so happy that Bind's back, to be honest with you. I know there's a very controversial. What are your thoughts? Where do you stand on
It's one of my favorite
bind.
maps in the game to play. I think competitively it can be a little bit one-dimensional. I think making the most of both how flat the front of sights are and the TPs for the rotates is the key point. But there's also the compositions, and I'm going to hark back to this because I love talking about it. For Metasport,
Halfway.
they play double controller on most maps. So I am expecting to see that again here. But let's take a look at the agent select, because no, we do have the deadlock on both sides. So we're going for that solo deadlock as their sentinel, filling in that space of that second initiator, the gecko or something along those lines. This is very interesting. These comps, I'm so excited to see how this works out.
Likewise, and you said maybe we see a little bit of Yoru, we see something a little bit cheeky there, and that we have been delivered. Same day delivery on that Yoru. I'm curious. Deadlock, it took ages for her to find a place on any map, but it's still a little bit shaky on some. The fact that we're seeing on both sides here is going to be, I think this is going to be the matchup to watch between the two of them, seeing the differences between how they're playing. But I'm here for the Yoru, I'm here for the flashy plays, the ability to rotate quickly, and sometimes we see, you know, the teleports just randomly onto the back of sight, because why not throw a little bit of pizzazz in there? We've seen those surprise jump scare plays work really well today, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could potentially be seeing. The key bit for me is the fact that on the side of Metasport, they have Jasu on that raise, which can combo with Chinook, those nets, those nades. They can look to not just halt, but kill when they flip over on to the other side. But they can also look to kill when they're on the attack as well. So it all comes down to how they choose to play. Big fight over showers to start with.
Is the deadlocks first up to the chopping block. We talked about them enough. Ooh, caught with utility out. Does manage to find one even despite being run down. So that's immediately the trade. However, Smoke's getting ready and Syntax sat back of sight. It's going to be caught, however, by the Pryler. Backs away, forced out into the open. They're spotting a lot ahead, so wary of lamps as well, needing to call teammates over, but unfortunately already being dogpiled by the team. Jisu manages to get two, however, Quicks finds something to rein this back in, but it's going to need to be more, and as the smoke fades left, vulnerable, sitting duck in heaven. And the plant, you know, might as well just go for it at the point, but a pistol round to Metasport, it's quick. And they are abusing a little bit of, standing out in the open with utility early on.
Yeah, like, you know, Martox does get a kill there on the defense after having that util out. The wall doesn't really slow Metasport down, though. They can spam it down relatively quick, and they've got 2 rifles, or 3 rifles if you include the Bulldog, online now. This is going to be looking aggressive, but Bitfix, an aggro push out of A short. Look at this, see what Metasport do about it.
Martox already all the way through. There's the net to peek on through. They go 1 for 1 on the trades, however, but Sesto ready and waiting in the backlines, punishing the overextension there. Chinook spots as the Prowler heads towards the prey, but not able quite to get the final damage needed for a kill. And now we're going to see things slow down as they choose where they want to try head now.
Yeah, I love that from Metasport overall. The fact that they pulled back so far to wait patiently. They knew these short pushes on A are so common. And as it happens, they back out. They do lose Anguis, but Anguis gets a pick in the meantime as well. He only had a ghost, so it's not the end of the world. And now they're choosing. They hear nothing either side, so head on over towards A. It's just Quicks here. Does have a Sheriff, but 30 HP is going to be pushed back. The spike is going to go down, and the net is huge. Chinook takes them out, and now it's 2 classics. Syntix and Lear, what can you do here?
Not much, but they might as well try. Nothing to lose. Slowly but surely crawling through so many smokes, so they're fading at just the right time to abuse this as well. In right-click range soon as well. Chinook shows their face. Now it's going to be a little bit of a dance around the corner, just tapping away at that health ever so slowly. There's the net, just throwing everything they can and more. They know both are here. The right-click finds one. Chinook actually low HP switches to the pistol themselves, but it's all just a bait luring them into the rest of the team.
Yep, the rest of the team with those rifles take them down. They take those through. They don't mind losing out on the Marshall and the Ghost that Anguis had at the beginning. No problem. The Viper will usually go for that light buy so they can go lurk, not worry about giving a gun over. And now on round 3, they have an incredible bonus round after what was essentially the old FPX buy. They have now 5 rifles online. Yes, one of them is a Bulldog, but that's absolutely fine in Chinook's hands, as we've seen. On the other side, all full shields, almost your full utility. The big thing for me, no Prowler for quicks. So their information gathering tools are going to be a little bit rough on the defense here, and they have to try and first off protect Martux and be able to get over to A site quick enough.
Protect. Mission objective secured, at least for now, has forced them to back away and slow down on this offensive. That's given Lear the opportunity just to bunker down in this position, hold their fire. B players about absolutely nothing. They've had a bit of a quiet time this game, wanting to maybe get into the action eventually, but Anguis holding, waiting, spots the jump peak, and that's going to force Syntax back.
But it's slow and quiet again. Martux takes down that sound sensor. It's great, and now the wall goes up as well. Chinook, only a Bulldog, can't really afford to waste those bullets. And now the attacking side, moving over towards B, but Leia, whose TP did go down, moving over there themselves. The Haunt finds nothing, but there's 3 walking up long, and that Prowler's been heard. The footsteps heard as well. You can see the rotation slowly moving over, but this could end up being a TP. It could end up being a bait.
I think it might well be as well, leaving it to the last second, hoping to burst on in, because that wall's going to be going down any second, timed to perfection. Now they can crunch on this site, and they've drawn all of the rotates away, mind you. Martux trapped out of the site. Syntax not exactly being quiet about the whole matter. Jusu spots up, looks up, that's all that is needed, and the team starts melting around them. Layman's found one, but has been left to try to do anything more by themselves. Barrier as well, right in their face, and that is just going to be a back away and save.
Yeah, a gorgeous bonus round from Metasport. You can see it was barely a bonus, right? They still had 4 rifles online, and the pulling the rotates over that deadlock wall, it gave a little bit too much leniency to the side of Bitfix Gaming. They felt a little bit too safe. So they moved over towards B, which then allowed the classic bind strat of push up B long, TP, go to A. And like I said, the timing was perfect as well. They were fully aware of when that deadlock wall would fall, so they could just run onto site, no bullets wasted, the Bulldog was able to hit, and now 3rd round on the board for Metasport. Bitfix, they're going to be down on a very low buy as well. Could potentially look to get this Vandal that was saved onto actually Lamely's best kills on the board so far. Maybe you don't want it on your Brimstone, but if it's the person that's shooting, that's what matters. For Metasport though, 2 ults and 2 powerful ones online.
Exactly, and they've got an opportunity here, knowing that they can abuse the ecos to try farm up a couple more points on these players, get that ult economy bursting, waiting for the next full buy to come on through. Quiet opening start here, knowing that they're likely to be up against a weak buy, likely to be looking towards stacks or something aggressive, and they've not seen aggression yet.
Not seen anything yet at all. Prowler noted. And this TP will allow Lear to back off as soon as they want. But it's about to fall. And Metasport know that. So they're just going to take this nice and slow, looking for some kind of aggression. But Bitfix not giving anything away. So they move over towards the A site. It's weaker, but there's a lot of stall here if Bitfix can use it right.
That they can. Quick rotate needs to come on through, slowly but surely approaching. Syntax going to be retreating to the back of site. The smokes come down, and that's going to be the call to action. Spike going down, and there's the Viper's poison to try stop any plants, but it's not going to happen. It's misplaced. Syntax finds one with the stinger, and that could be the catalyst for change here.
The flank though.
Nightfall comes out, yeah. So much more difficult. No audio to work with here as well. But Spider can see the line, can see them toying with them, and that is going to be the first pick. Wall is going to lock half of them out of even looking at this site, and it's such a great hold here. Quicks, yes, back site has that space, but can't really get the teammates over to join them. Namely's found one. Lear just having to try escape here. Does find another, but it's going to be how many go down to this spike radius now at this point. Enough stall. And it's painful. It's a painful attempt at a retake.
Yeah, that deadlock wall on the flank, especially against an eco where the sheriffs don't want to be spamming their limited bullets into it. It's so good at just stalling out. Yes, you don't have that flank watch that you might have with a Cypher or a Vice if you use your wall there or anything like that, but you've got the stall. And that is the name of the game for Metasport right now. Get onto site and stall out the retakes. It's been working so well, and they can look to do it again and again. They've got that Brim ult online. They've also almost very, very close over towards the Showstopper. Metasport now, for the first time, showing presence over towards B long at the start of the round, looking just to try and push back the rotates, work out who is standing where. And well, that's a lot of bullets thrown at that race.
That they have. They've not looked at Bs. They've not exactly been able to do a litmus test as to what they're likely to find here. So a little bit of a push and a pull early. Haunter spotted nothing, of course, but it's given Lamely the opportunity now. Jump spot this, keep an eye on long, and actually so much space Bitfix Gaming are just holding on to.
It's going to get pressured though. You can see Metasport heading over towards B long. Lamely needs to be very careful. The jump spot runs away. Stim beacon, get out of there. And now the rotates. There is a rotational TP over towards B. So if Lear can take it, that's good, but this could all be a bait again.
It could. Waiting the Molotov out. That page shell. Yeah, it's being held. There comes out the ultimate to clear the back of sight. Lamely's already managed to tuck in here. Are they going to clear him? Yes, they are. Jumps directly on top of his head. Finds the bullet directly down the dome. And now 5 versus 3. Still need to get that spike down, and time starting to run low, but the kills are aplenty. And now Martuk's so far removed from the situation that we are just going to have to sit and wait out this timer. And it's a nice sight hold. They do the best that they can, but you can see the control slip second by second.
Yeah, it's really nice work from Metasport. They are slowly eking away at what is happening on site. I love the little combo that they tried to do there. Obviously, there was no one backside to be taken. Quix was protected, and then Anguis shutting down Martux, trying to save. Great work there. And now Bitfix, you've got to call a timeout. You've got to try and halt this momentum in its tracks, because this is a BO1. You can't let them get 5 rounds for free. You've got to try and fight against it.
Exactly. It feels like the story of today, doesn't it? The storyline, the narrative is just going to be very, very strong starts here. We've yet to see a successful comeback from a start like this, but Bitfix, it's going to have to start relatively soon. You can't let too much slip away. The ult's sort of all over the place. And now with a weaker buy here.
Looking over towards that A short. I like this. Jesuo potentially looking for the jump spotter, and it's beautiful work. The snake bite, perfect timing, and ult is actually used.
Is. And look at that, the shutdown, the showstopper as well, mind you. Now they've kept it a little bit humble here. Quicks, if they can find a pick here, the Prowler's going to find its mark, but Cester's already waiting, catching the exit. Immediately the transfer. Throwing more ults at the situation to try contend with it. Not even needed. They've managed to draw out a fair bit from the side of Bitfix there as well. So really successful in all their endeavours.
Yeah, Lamely looking for that ult whilst the only one alive. I don't mind using ults on those eco rounds, right? You sometimes need to try and do what you can to bring it back into your favour. But when you are in such low numbers, okay, 2 people alive, that ult is so dangerous to use, because if you don't win it out, Brim ult is one of the more powerful ults in this comp. Although I guess for Bitfix, they've got a lot of very powerful ults because of who they've gone for their picks. So now the timeout finally comes on through, halfway through the first half of the map. And we do have a buy for Bitfix Gaming. So if they can look to utilize this, they've got 2 powerful ults. They've got Lear as well, 1 away from the Dimensional Drift. So if they can get that online, we could see very similar to what we saw in the last game with input lag, where we have a Fade ult into a Yoru ult. And that could do essentially the same thing as the Omen ult that we saw on Lotus.
Exactly. It would be a huge combination for them to be able to pull off, but they've got to get it online and they've got to keep everyone alive to get to the point to use it as well. We're seeing finally an operator in the server on the likes of Leah. However, from what we can see, potentially maybe not going to spot as much action.
They've got
Also, like
TP.
they do. Super aggressive peek here, actually.
But they
Okay,
back
nothing.
off. Yeah, I like this. Just a little bit of early aggression. They've realised that the smoke from the defenders is a little bit off, but Cider, first contact.
1 for 1. It's you get the first pick, you go to well, 1-0 there would be lovely to see, but trading, you've given away the presence of the op early. They've heard the TP, and there they are ready for Leah. Chinook, so much stalling going on here, but unfortunately the kills, that's the important part. It's all well and good, the utility being on point, but you've got to use it to find a little bit more. And now sight falls, post plant's already established in elbow.
And Cintiq says, you know what? Nah, I'm done.
I don't blame him.
I think I'd do the same, right? Like, at this point, yes, you could look to get your ult online, but dying means you're sent back down, the full team to an eco. Yes, they've got the max loss bonus, so some people can buy up guns and light shields, but you want to take what you can, and the Viper's Pit, it's not really worth dying for, but they can be sure someone's going to be coming through that TP. It was Anguis last time around. No, Anguis choosing not to do it this time, waiting, keeping their gun to go into the next round. Everyone's basically at max money for Metasport, by the way, so the rest of this half, they can buy. As long as they don't keep buying ops and don't keep losing them, they can keep buying for, even if they lose.
And it means they can keep hunting just to make the pain even worse for Bitfix.
And there's a
As we
buy
get
up,
to, yeah.
which is, you know, it's good. They're getting some money online, they're getting some guns online. They've got 3 ults, almost 4. So if Bitfix were to win a round, this is probably it, despite the slightly lower weaponry that they've got. But they're going to struggle to get into the positions to use their ults. They're going to have to use Lear aggressively if they want to use it.
They're holding on to all of these ults for a rainy day, but it's the middle of summer, Echo.
There's no rain today. I wish.
We all wish, and I'm kind of wishing we see some of these ults used. They've been held on to for rounds upon rounds now. Finally, we see one coming out, but it's not exactly from the side we'd want to see it from. Emily having a bit of a rough old time here. Smoke's desperately just trying to hold on to this site, hold on to this angle. No knowledge, no orderly input.
There.
And the round
Everyone's
halts
paused
again. Yeah. The first cycle's over. Everything goes quiet after the night ends, and it's day again. Everyone can hear. And we're basically in a stalemate. Everyone is stuck in their positions until the Viper's toxins are back. The Haunt sees nothing, so the peek over towards Long. It comes through. A lot of damage done. It's 3 versus 3 now. Only one person over on the B site, so they could choose to exec.
All the time whittled down. They know there's going to be a player back site now. That wall's doing so much just to hold them, to stall them. If Quicks can find a pick here, it would be absolutely everything, but unfortunately falls. And that also opens up Elbow. It opens up the map. Spike's going to go down. And Elmatix has to be so wary of every angle. I say that is not even going to be allowed to go anywhere. That wall in their face. And on the Bulldog as well. We've talked about this already.
Their Bulldog was good when they had it earlier, but 3 people, wall in your face, no time left basically by the time the wall goes, and Chinook coming around elbow for you, it's done. Yeah, nice and easy. Metasport looking like they want to take this to a 13-0. They are feeling like the momentum is on their side still from Glitched. They are just keeping this going.
That they are, and they're going to be awarded yet another scrapped together buy to go up against everything they could want and more. And Bitfix, something needs to change, something needs to be the difference maker, whether it's the pace, whether it's, you know, finally seeing some of these ultimates actually being used. We saw finally the Nightfall, but I've seen a couple of these online, the glowing circles, for more rounds than I'm particularly pleased about. And now this time they go aggressive, they go proactive, they go 1-for-1 to start with, but it's Anguist, 2 kills. They need to find a way to try hold off these early picks. Losing players so early on has just been damning.
Yeah, like, it's a great idea. I love going aggressive. You look to try and find someone over towards Fountain is beautiful, but then as soon as you're not prepared for Anguist, who has been on fire this map so far, it's over. And now it's just Martux against 5 or 4 people. A Sheriff on the board, and that's all they've got to say. They could ult, but it's still 1 versus 3 at that point.
Exactly. Manages to let one go past. There's a nice timing here, but it's not going to matter in the overall scheme of things. Net just to try give them the opportunity to try and escape. It's messy, damage so low, and just throwing anything, stalling their life as long as possible. Does manage to just about fire the ult, however, but what does it matter in the overall scheme of things? Slowly being pulled to their death. And BFG, Bitfix Gaming, around. It's messy, it comes down to it, but finally we see something to break the loss streak. The 13-0 you prophesized, not today. It's still a lot that we need to see more from them coming out here.
Yeah, like, that was good, but that all came down to... I mean, it was a thrifty at the end of the day. We love thrifties. We love seeing those Sheriff shots coming on through like that. But it was still just one round. And it did cost an ult. They've still got one more online. Syntix with the Viper's Pit, surely looking towards A short to use it here. Lamley, if they can get a pick or the ult orb, that's the Brim ult online again. Metasport want to look to stop this, but the Viper's Pit immediately in their face. They've got a lot of ways to counter it though.
Exactly, desperately hoping maybe you can pull the Viper out of the pit, but ult after ult has been thrown in. 2 actually found there in lamps. And that's going to cause them some problems now. The defensive weak. They've given up a lot of information over towards B, no eyes there, but given how many bodies they've already taken down, they know there's no immediate threat.
And I want to talk about that combo. That was a Net and Brim ult combo there over towards the exit of short. I love it. You see those combos coming through, and those are the little set plays, the little comfort pieces that Bitfix Gaming need to keep bringing through if they're to make a dent in the remainder of this half.
I think dent is a good way to put it. Half already far lost, but a chance nonetheless. There's a pick from Chinook, but needs the rest of the team to alleviate the pressure. Luckily, Syntix manages to stand, deliver 2 more kills.
30 seconds left.
2 more than needed in that moment, but more than a blessing for the team. Spike tapped all right up in their face. Gun barrel point blank range. It's a headshot. And a second round found here. And we talked about all the money in the world. It is starting to be eked out here, however.
It is. They can probably still buy... They can buy this. They can probably still buy the one after. But this combo here is what won them the round. I call it a comfort piece, and I think that's what we can see from Bitfix. When they're running these little set plays, they look confident and comfortable in the way they're playing. But we're also seeing how this deadlock, the sound sensors from Martux, are put into such good positions. Even if Metasport make it onto site, they struggle to get past those sound sensors. So the jump spots, not spotting anyone, but Syntix actually finding Anguist, the opposing Viper. That's a huge pick, and the net misses.
And here they are lining up. Clone taken down, but they take down the real Lear from behind. It's a collateral through both heads, and now Syntix, star player, the one who's finally fed up, finally turned the tables, wanting to put a little bit more on the map. Unfortunately, Martuk's going to go down in the midst of all of this. Showstopper comes out. It's finally going to be the thing that takes Syntix down. But have they done enough? Have they put up enough of a fight to give their team the chance here? Sidus says no, puts them into a 2 versus 1. And now Quicks, yes, has the sight and has whittled down a minute and a bit off the timer, but still so much left to do, and that doubt now starting to seep in.
And it's these moments where you think the round is pretty much done. As soon as Quicks gets that doubt that you talked about, the round should be over. As long as Metasport, as long as these 2 players can get the spike down, they should be able to get into very good positions to feel comfortable. They still have to be wary. Quicks could be lurking in any corner and is slowly coming back towards the A site. They're doing their due diligence, clearing as much as they can. A short also cleared, so they know it's not coming from flank. Quicks, the fade's gonna meet up.
Ooh, and that's all of the information. It's a lot. And there it is, tethered, stuck, and taken down to secure themselves a 9th already. 3 from Cider. It got a little bit ropey, it got a little bit out of hand, but brought back under control. And Syntix, you've got to feel for them.
You do. Syntix did so much work in this round. Like you said, it was only the showstopper that was probably going to shut them down. Nothing else, no guns, seemed able to do so. But I also love the pathing on the attack side from Metasport. Jessero using their satchels to get into showers, to collapse onto Martux, getting rid of the sound sensors, getting rid of the deadlock all together. And now Bitfix Gaming, they've got a buy, but Lear only has a Bucky and no ults to speak of. So Bitfix Gaming, to not allow this to go to 10, have to pull something crazy out of the bag.
Prezic's going to need to be in the smoke immediately, comes back up, stops them in their path. Cider trying to find something to alleviate the pressure, to give them the chance to break through that choke point, but they decide to do it with brute force alone. And now camping out in lamps, waiting, and it's going to be a little bit of a deadly trap for whoever steps in it, but so much information to work with. And the fact that she manages to get not 1, but 2, throws the wall down as well, and this round surely done and dusted. The Viper's Pit comes on out, and it is just sugar on top of the martini that is an impeccable half.
Yeah, absolute perfection from Metasport most of the time. A great net from Martux, but just shorty to the face, and it's just lamely left.
Taken down and out, and it is going to be 10-2 at the half. It's been a day of strong starts, and it is not changing just yet. So we're going to head to a little bit of a break. We'll be back shortly to see if we can bring this back, to see if Bitfix can dig deep and come back into this. The action stops for absolutely nobody. And as you can see from the scoreboard, it's going to be Bitfix Gaming who took that pistol. So let's get right back into it. We've seen them, and maybe it's because we weren't looking, Echo. Maybe they got a little bit scared, a little bit of anxiety with the world watching them. But back into this, they found the confidence booster, the mental boon, and into the conversion round we go.
Yeah, and they've got 2 regen shields, 3 heavy shields going into this as well. That's going to do wonders against the long-range sheriffs from the side of Metasport. They do get the ult orb, but this fight over long could decide the round. Or Bitfix Gaming could go, you know what, there's 3 people here, we've heard all of those shots. Let's just back off, head over towards A, and see what Anguist is doing. Or they could stay and fight, I guess. Maybe that's what they're doing.
Exactly. You've probably got the weapons advantage here, so, might as well put the firepower to good use. They peek out, and quick as you like it, they mop up the mess. And Metasport left with not much in the tank. Chinook, poor guy, just wanted to throw the net and was not allowed. And now suddenly Anguist, other side of the map, comes running over, maybe just to find a pick or two. Had the stats, find some cash, but this round, done and dusted, just a matter of time.
No chance that's a fake clone, not too worried about that, but Lear shuts the round down. Bitfix Gaming, despite that relatively poor first half, coming in strong on the second. A flawless round 2, and now going into the bonus. They've still got those regen shields, they've still got those heavies, but that long positioning, the way they were watching every single angle, the triangles, we talk about them a lot in Valorant, triangle positions to hold down angles, and that is a perfect example of everyone was covering everyone else. Now going into this, Metasport, this is their chance to stomp this, get it up to 11, and do their best with the rest of the half. But the TP heading into sight.
Okay, a little bit of spray. It's messy. They've managed to get so far on, but Jusu immediately takes them down. The Molotov claims a life there as Lamely backs away. Can't hear anything. The flash is good. Manages to dodge it. Dodges the clone as well. Waiting for a little bit more. Nothing more coming his way, however. They hear the spike go down, but they all line up. And that's 2 immediately swings the tides back into Metasport's favour. Lear, lovely shot, clean as you like it, and that's what they're going to need to continue this. But they've sent somebody to the other side of the map to plant this spike. And now the 2 of them have to meet back up, and it is going to have to be Lamely to hold on to this, buy the time for Lear to get over.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Lear, like you say, has a lot of space to cover, a lot of distance to travel to get back in time, and Lamely in a pretty good spot to do some good work. Does find the first, and that's huge, and now it's just down to Anguist. The bonus round for BFG on the line.
There it is, immediately. Knows they have to start defusing at some point, and they are going to punish. And it is looking clear now. Only need to double their rounds in order to tie up with Metasport, but a start nonetheless. It could have all been over by now, but it's not. They are still going. They've still got that fight in them. And that's what you want to be seeing. We're starting to see those ults come online. Lear got a huge one available.
We've seen more round 3 bonuses won than we have lost so far, by the way, this day. It shows that a lot of these teams, they have plans for what they want to do in those round 3s. And Metasport, they need to start to bring a plan in, because their defense is not looking very strong. There's a lot of really good work from BFG on this attacking side. This Yoru proving its worth.
As the clone, they're just going to let it run on by them and sit and wait. The combination ready.
Toxin screen.
Patience, however. Waiting for the toxin screens to fall. The patience. They do have to strike at some point, and it might be this push into hookah that's the activation. Anguist forced away, and they are just trying to make sure they safely take this hookah control. And here it is. Lear finds one, Lamely with another. Anguist has managed to get something on the board, dancing around the bullets desperately, but unfortunately, one is all that he is going to get. And now the rest of the team coming on over. TP heard, they've sent somebody over. Syntix, the man, the myth, the legend, to dispatch. And now Jusu, the last left alive. Nothing but a sheriff in hand. Taken down, and a 6th round on the board.
And now they're 4 away, and I'm expecting to see a timeout from Metasport. They've got 2 left for this half, so they can utilize one relatively early now just to try and work out what's going on, but no, they're going to force it through. They have the showstopper online. The opposing duelist's ult from Lear as well, though the dimensional drift could cause absolute damage. Metasport going aggressive, a crunch happening over towards market by the looks of it. There's 2 people there, but a TP could be the escape, or the dimensional drift for Lear.
That it could be straight through. Battle of the Deadlocks goes actually in the way of Metasport, but it's 1-for-1 on the kills regardless. So much information already. Backside has forced Metasport way off. Although close enough nearby, the retake hot on their heels. It's multi-pronged. You can see in the background there, Cider needs to step up. Spray through the smoke is going to show some presence, and that's going to draw attention, but suddenly location no element of surprise. Growlers go through. Smoke is going to find Dissipate, as actually 2 of them get found. It's a lot of information, but what are they actually going to do with it?
What a huge ult, and the swings off the back of it. BFG looking so strong immediately. Metasport, they run, tail tuck between their legs. Lino, are we seeing this comeback? Surely not, right?
I am a firm believer in the comeback. Some would describe me as having an unhealthy copium addiction. So I'm always a believer that the comeback is real. It's just whether it wants to, appear on any given day. I think we've had a couple of really quick halves, some really, really snappy games. I think it's happening. It's only 3 rounds in it. 10, you're still far enough away from that all-important series and map point. I think it could very much be on the way. But unfortunately, timeout from Metasport, get the coach on the line, get those ideas flowing, and those ultimates not too far behind it, potentially.
Yeah, this round, this could be a huge swing round if Metasport can manage to get... They've got the buy. They need to get the ults online to go with it. But Bitfix, they have the bank built up. 5 rounds in a row has built their economy so huge that they can take a couple of round losses if needed be, and they'll have their ults online by the end of that anyway. What I love, and I want to talk about this a little bit from Bitfix, is how quick they are to adapt. As soon as they get to site, they chose in that last round to flip the map, to plant back site and essentially play defense with one person lurking in what should have been their spawn if they flip the map. It's those speedy decisions, those minute times where they can flip their decision, make the right call, that are winning Bitfix these rounds, these 5 rounds in a row, looking for the 6th. But it's going to be a close one. This might not have any ults, it might just all come down to the gunfights.
Potentially. Maybe, I think you're right. I think maybe we see them get online. I don't think we see them aptly used.
Poison orb emitting.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down A.
Now we're cooking.
10 seconds left.
Whatever happens. Welcome back. Sorry about that. We got trapped in the shadow realm for a second. The excitement got to our heads. Overheated, fried the circuits of our brain and everyone's PC involved. But as you can see, the scoreboard is now 7-11. That stalemate broken. The hemorrhaging of rounds finally bandaged for Metasport, pushing ever closer to that map point, series point victory in this opening stage of Swiss.
And so it looks like that round was all down to Jessor as well, almost at another showstopper, which they'd used previously trying to crunch into market, but no such luck. Alt orbs being gathered for now, but Martux all immediately shut down, but no, Lear is there to protect the president, and now Metasport 3 versus 5.
The flash, so good. Zesta not even sure where to be looking. Sight, it falls. And so little defense, and whilst they managed to secure themselves around, maybe just a bit of a hiccup from Bitfix Gaming on the road to secure themselves potentially a victory. And now just holding on to these weapons for dear life.
Yeah, Anguist full shields can also drop someone next round as well, despite the money coming over from this save. So it's the smart decision. Keep the cash. Don't give over any ults, because if you look over at the side of BFG, one away from Syntix, and Syntix could be getting his now.
Out of my way.
No, spotted. Anguist there, ready and waiting. But still under more pressure, the Yoru coming up from behind as well, the TP. Anguist being chased down.
Slowest
BFG want
chase,
these guns.
yeah.
Yeah.
World's slowest car chase here, but they managed to back away slowly again. Toxin screen's going to go down, and they are going to remain safe there. Into the next round, 8-11, 3 rounds between them. And it's moments like this, economy is going to start mattering a little bit more. Metasport, they were looking so strong, so the ability to, Bitfix Game were looking so strong, so the ability to break their economy, it's going to take you a little bit of a while. You're not going to be given any freebies for a lot of rounds here. It's an uphill battle, but still got the advantage on the round, still closer on the board to that overall game victory. Early utility
look at
thrown
this.
in. Ooh.
The smoke Jesu hid from the Fade Horn inside that smoke from the defenders. Beautiful work, and the pick comes through as well because of it backs off. A huge first opening pick. I love that play.
That's exactly what we need to be seeing. More of these little tricks of the trade coming on through. And it's forced them to stop here. It's forced them to just wait on. That spike hasn't been committed either side yet. Looking hopefully for a foothold to keep on climbing in towards A, but not going to be awarded anything just yet. Rest of the team, collect, gather, prepare to battle over on A.
There's 3 people here. They've got good positions. Sider with this opening can back off to backside if he needs to.
There is counter ults come on through everyone. And them on blind, and the Molotov going to take its first victim. Quicks has found a kill, however, to trade, just to try keep things even. Still player advantage here to Metasport, but unfortunately Spike gone down now. Timer looming above their heads, and the Viper's Pit is definitely going to cause them a little bit of trouble here. Dancing around it, desperate not to enter. Satchel just to try bounce somebody, anybody misplaced them, but there it is, the double peak. The trades are perfect, but need to find a bit more. Timer starting to get a little bit low. Speed up here, lamely waiting in the smoke. Actually might catch Anguist on the reload. Gets jump scared, however, from the side, but it's Anguist that finds the kill. Not even Chinook, but Syntax. There's the kill. Timer so low, but just about in time. We see the circle appear, and we know the defuse safe. It's going to be oh so close, but it's 12 on the board and so near to clearing out this map. A little bit of a comeback on their hands, but they're dispatching of it. 4 chances, 4 rows in a row needed for Bitfix Gaming to keep this alive.
And they're going up against 5 ultimates from the side of Metasport.
Yep.
The armory looking pretty solid as well. Anguist should be able to drop for himself and Cider as long as we see those buys coming through. Surely we do. Eventually, yep, there we go. Everyone's online. The only ult that we'll probably see this round off from BFG is Martux. So watch out for this Deadlock ult because it worked so well for them last time. But now with this Viper's Pit on the defense, shutting down B. We saw BFG when they had their Viper's Pit on the defense. Metasport rushed through it. We're seeing the potential same thing here.
Indeed. There we go. Prowler just to try clear a little bit of space and allow the security, the safety net for Lear to pick up that ult orb. Now only one away from an ult of their own. And back away. Objective. Mission accomplished. Successful in grabbing the orb. Now they head back over towards A. Hoping that maybe the lack of information's got Metasport uncomfortable.
But they've refreshed that smoke at the perfect timing over towards short. The one way as they walk through it, Chester hiding just below it, but the Viper utility goes up. BFG looking to walk towards site.
Ooh, Martux getting aggressive, but they don't access to just under their noses. Unfortunately, Lamely's already called this, already spotted this out. Jusu does manage to find something, and they haven't cleared outside. A little bit of a problem there as he finds two. Quicks does manage to rein it back on in, but low HP on Quicks is going to cause some problems. Chinook has that ult available. We talked about how impactful it can be. Alas, not today. Anguis now using this opportunity to push on forward. Taken down by Syntax, however. The drop down going to be heard spraying away, and now Timer as well to worry about. Gets the first, dances around, readjusts for the second, and there it is. All of the time they could ever dream of for the defuse to come on in. They allow a lot more rounds to slip through their fingers towards the end, but they don't let it get too far. They keep it safe, they keep it secure, and they secure themselves their first win of the Upper Swiss stage.
Yeah, what a banger game from Metasport. Coming back in there as well. That clutch from Chinook right at the end. The double peak was just not on time from Bitfix. The fade goes down and then it comes that 1 versus 1. It looked like the comeback could have been on. At first I was thinking 13-0 and then Bitfix maybe going to come back. But no, just Metasport on top. Once they managed to stop that momentum, they looked unstoppable.
That they did. And very, momentum heavy team. When they were winning, they were winning. When they were losing, they were finding heavy loss streaks here as well. But some amazing moments. I think on the flip side, players that we got to highlight, Syntax. You got to feel, especially in that first half when everything was going wrong, everything felt like they just had no traction. They couldn't get a grip on any of these rounds. We're still stepping up to try at least make it look competitive. Maybe cool down a little bit towards the second half there, but definitely made a name for themselves in this map.
Yeah, no, a lot of people doing a lot of good things from both sides, but the duelists on top in terms of ACS at the very least. But, I mean, look at the supporting cast behind them as well, right? Everyone is there to back them up. You talked about Syntax, but I think to me, the key person to point out from the side of Metasport is Cider, who was so consistent, avoiding utility, playing around with their own, getting the information that they could, and then trading whenever Jesu or Chinook went in and died. Cider was there to trade every single time.
Exactly, and that's really that you can be asking for in a situation like that. You see a lot in maybe the number of deaths there is taking a lot of those fights, winning a lot of them, but also having to be traded out a lot of the time. We see a couple of those plays, lower 9 deaths only in a series like that is pretty impressive stuff to be seeing nonetheless. But we said that was going to be a hype matchup, and it was indeed. However, the match we said at the start, the pinnacle, we've just been building and building and building all day. We've got one more series to go, and I know that you're very excited for this. I know I'm very excited for this. Do you want to tell everyone maybe what's lying in store for them?
Yeah, we've got Bonk versus TSE coming up as our last series of the day. We've still got the remainder of the first round of Swiss tomorrow, but this matchup coming up next. I've been hyped for this since I saw we were going to cast it, because TSE, they picked up the old core of EXO, and they became a fan favourite with their co-streams all throughout Lower Swiss. I'm sure you're co-streaming now, and if you're watching, I've seen how much of a fan favourite you've become at home. But Bonk, a consistent team, 7th and 8th in Stage 2. Their playoffs run didn't go super well, but they've been doing... They looked really good at the EVC Surge number 4. They did incredibly well there. They've got an incredible sub to back them up if they need it as well. Bonk is looking so strong as a team that the old EXO core, they've fought with Wonk and done pretty well, but now they've got to come up against them in the first round of Swiss and beat them out. It's going to be a good match to watch.
That it is. So we're going to go and get ready for that. Make sure everything behind the scenes is ready. Make sure you guys at home have had enough of a break. Go and hydrate. It's hot out there. And we'll see you very shortly to get our final series of the day underway.
I know we only met just now, and I don't wanna freak you out, no. But baby, all I think about is you and me up in a tree, yeah. You whisper something in my ear, the only thing I wanna hear. Oh, you tell me that you think about us, K-I-S-S-I-N-G, yeah. I go and pay at the bar, you go and order a car. I might not give you my heart, but you get up the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. Your skin feels like the finest sheets, your lips are what I thought they'd be. Oh, I'm dreaming but I'm not asleep. It's you and me up in a tree, yeah. I'll do whatever you want, it's on the tip of your tongue. I might not give you my heart, but you get up the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. See the fireplace is good to go. Hear the love songs on the radio. All I wanted was to take you home, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. I'll do whatever you want, it's on the tip of your tongue. I might not give you my heart, but you get up the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. See the fireplace is good to go. Hear the love songs on the radio. All I wanted was to take you home, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget, stop, remember that. We done them good, you remember that. We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it while you asking. Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in warm off from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final match now of the first day of the Upper Swiss stage. It's been 3 banger maps so far, and Affinity, we're going into the final one of today. We've still got the remainder of the first round to go later, but this is Bonk versus TSE. And I called this out to you earlier because I was very excited to see this matchup. So let's get into it. Let's talk about them.
Exactly. Now, 2 teams that you will have seen before, maybe under different guises. However, we've had some name switcheroos coming on through, but here they stand now. Now, the 2 teams have played versus each other fairly, I say fairly recently. It was last stage Upper Swiss. I believe it was a 39 over on Lotus.
Yeah.
So whether we see that coming through again, because of course, best of ones, maybe that's on the card. I've already seen the veto. I'm just pretending now. I know what's going on, but for mystery's sake, but I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how these teams have changed up, of course, since last stage.
Yeah, and I think one interesting thing to me is TSE is an org who picked up that old EXO core. They've never made it to the Upper Swiss. They got relatively far back in 2023, I think it was, or maybe 4. But this is the first time for TSE as an org to make it this far. But they've got that old EXO roster. We know them, we love them. They got a lot of good tweets, a lot of good publicity out there during the Lower Swiss phase. Will, Luca, Yanto, all just popping off the entire time. This roster is looking incredibly good. They can bring out so many different looks as a team as well, whether it's the Deadlock on Sunset, whether it's double duelist across Haven. They have a lot of different looks, and I'm very excited to see what they take, where they take us, and what they pull out.
Exactly. And I think you mentioned that they lost their coach recently. So this may be potentially a little bit of a weakness, maybe not as strong in those pauses and having that extra voice, that calmness that's away from the Stormers, seeing it from sort of third-person spectator mode there. Be able to sit down and figure out a plan from there. So maybe a little bit of a weakness to be exploited if this game goes the distance potentially. However, we got to talk about on the other side of things. Let's take a look at Team Bonk. Now, beautiful team name. You gotta love it here as well. Some really impactful highlight moments, really clutch players coming in through, but also a team that, you know, that at any moment you could see any individual step up, make a name for themselves, have a bit of a play here as well. In the highlights, you're seeing a lot of Karu coming on through here. We're likely to see on this duelist. And so this is definitely a team on paper that looks very strong, maybe favored, some would say.
Yeah, I think they absolutely should be favoured. They won out last time they faced. This entire roster is so strong, and we've seen them fight time and time again, just winning it out. The key thing for me here is this team is every map except for Ascent, they are running double duelist. They want to run you down, not give you a chance to react, and just keep on pushing as much as possible. That's what we are looking to go into. That's what now TSE have to be wary of. The hard aggression coming out, that's going to be the key to victory for Bonk.
Exactly, and we've seen them there on sort of a winning high at the moment, coming off of EVC number 4, taking away first place there as well. That's always a little bit of a medal to have on your shoulder. Always good to come into with that little bit of a confidence boost as well. So both of these teams, I'm expecting all-out firefight. I'm expecting it to be a brawl.
Yeah, I think a brawl is exactly the way to put it. They are heavily attack-sided, partly because of the comps they run, but also the playstyle in which they run them. They want to run it down, they want to overpower you, they want to overwhelm you at every step of the way. And TSE, they do run some double duelist, they run some double sentinel, they run some double controller. They do play a lot of different comps, but it's whether or not they can shut down that aggression. Like on Sunset, they've got the deadlock, right? So they could net, they can paranoia with that omen, they can snakebite to try and slow everything down. But when they come out of that slowdown, what can they do to then come back at them? Because Bonk isn't a team that's going to wait around and allow you to do a good reaction. They're going to keep that pressure on. We saw earlier, Enterprise, they paused on site before planting the spike. That's not the kind of thing we'll see from Bonk. They will tap the spike and then run into your spawn. So that's what TSC need to watch out for.
And that is what you guys at home have to look out for as well. But talking of things to watch, let's actually have a look at the map that we're going to be playing, because we've sung the praises of Bonk's attack side, and actually they're going to be starting on attack on none other than Sunset. We were saying we wanted to see something a little bit different today. We weren't expecting a corrode. It's a bit too soon, and in the best of ones, it can be a risky move to pull out something so extraneous in the map pool. But Sunset, that is where we're going to be setting our eyes to finish off today.
Yeah, and like I said, the Sunset, I'm very interested to see how this goes in the Agent Select, because from Bonk, the last time they played this was an EVC, and they ran the Raze ISO with a Sova, an Omen, and a Cypher. They were looking to combo off that Vulnerable with the ISO, with the Nade of the Raze, which is something they do on other maps, Lotus as well. Their defense is good, but they heavily focus on the retakes because they want to be taking momentum. They want to be the ones doing the aggression, finding whatever timings they want to do. For TSE, they did run the deadlock. This map wasn't their greatest in Lower Swiss, but it was okay. They changed the comp a couple of times. So the deadlock one was the most recent, and they went one-on-one on this composition specifically. So if we see that, we're hoping that they've built up a little bit more in the week they've had off since Lower Swiss to finalize that comp.
Exactly, but it's still a little bit of worry in the back of your mind, isn't it, when you see teams, fiddling around, playing with compositions. And I love to sing the praise of fluidity, having teams that are really highly adaptable. Yeah. I love to see it. But also then comes the worry, is the refinement. You trade, what you increase in that ability to pull a surprise attack with something new and to be able to constantly adapt. You lose that ability to really fully consolidate what you have going for you, which can leave you a little bit open to vulnerabilities being exploited here as well. So that's going to be a curiosity to see how that's going to play out for us as well, whether we see that be really an overall factor. We talked about the coaches, whether that's going to be something that we see. There's all of these little bits, maybe not as much in a best of one, I think. Best of ones can be a little bit hectic, a little bit crazy, and not as much time to get the coach on the mic and sit down between maps to figure out the patterns that are going on here. You have to be very quick in sorting it out. So maybe not to the full extent we'll see these things having an impact, but they all add up, don't they? Every little bit counts.
Yeah, it does. And I think one of the biggest and most interesting things to me here with TSE is they don't just run the deadlock, but they actually run double controller on the Sunset.
Okay, I'm here
so
for
they
it.
do have a lot of tools to slow down the aggression, but they also have a lot of things that could be overwhelmed. Let's see, they do keep their composition exactly as we expected. The key thing for Bonk here, though, is they're no longer running that Raze. They've got the ISO and the Yoru. This is essentially the Fnatic comp from Haven, but ported over to Sunset. So we're going to be looking at Column going aggressive, looking for peaks with the op to try and then back off and TP quickly, because Sunset has long rotation timings, while Shazza looks for the picks aggressively themselves, but probably a little bit separated away from Column.
Yeah, this is a team with a lot of characters, a lot of pieces on the chessboard that have the opportunity to go crazy with this as well, to really make it difficult to understand how to combat that. It's very difficult sometimes. I've coined the phrase, how do you contend with instant death? You know, if you're just being run on down every single time, either you try and find a way to stall that, but if they're still getting ahead of all of that utility, there's a very real chance that we see, a bit like we saw on the second series of the day, just retake after retake, hoping that you're going up against a team. Yes, you let them get sight, you let them get that spike down, but you know that they don't quite have the same depth of utility to cling on to the site post-plant. So that's maybe what I'm expecting to see there. Instead of trying to meet them head first or slow them down, knowing that maybe that's a bit futile given just the pace that I'm expecting to see, that maybe we see a lot of retakes, a lot of playing on the back foot, and misdirection going on post-plant.
But that's part of the fun of the deadlock as well. It's that extra stall of, you know, the sound sensors. If you don't see them in time when you're running into a site, you will get stunned, you will get stopped. But we're seeing an aggressive play coming out from TSC here over towards A main. Meanwhile, Bonk, they want mid control and they will take it.
Yeah, there's going to be very little contest for that mid control. Maybe a little bit of phase shown, but actually if you're deck, definitely the best idea to get out of dodge there. Once they have a little bit of a look, they're not going to push the issue too much. They've established dominance and now just leave that space silent. No words needed. As they head over towards B, slowly but surely Waddles has the camera, spots the shoulder of Deck, manages to get the tag before the camera goes down. And now calling everyone over frantically. It's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath. Not able to get everyone over just in time. Dex found the opening pick, however, and that's going to cause some problems. The stun's coming on through, and you can see they've managed to get round the choke point, but they haven't managed to get much further. And as they tuck into the smoke, hiding away, they're not going to be spotted. They found a lovely timing on this, but they've all just backed off, thinking maybe it's a fake to silence, all too overwhelming, and now they've realised their mistake. Called back over, but not in time to even contest this spike going down.
Yeah, Deck with the Ghost could potentially look to find something if he's quick enough, but Bonk are set up on site with their crossfires very well. TSC are going to have to work hard to get through this.
That they are. Waddles wants to fight for this, however. Luca up top. I'm not even going to check this. Stays silent. Hides the missing piece of the puzzle that they haven't quite put together just yet. And there it is, the jump on out. There is a trade instantaneously. But still, time on their side. Kazan manages to line up one, but it's all for naught as Deck, the first and the last to ring out in this round. Hopping on that defuse real quick.
Yeah, no, really good work from TSE to be able to come back out in those situations. It's a really difficult scenario, but it was all open to the fact that Cullen TP'd into backside whilst everyone else was cancelling because of the sound sensor stun, which was what allowed Deck to get that first pick, rotate over to market. So I'm already noticing there just a little bit of miscoordination between the two entry, and between ISO and Yoru, you've got to be coordinated. You've got to know how you're playing together. But now a fight over A, the paranoia set up from VT once this one way comes down.
Is on early out. Paranoia is incredible, and Nyanto just firing through the smoke. Is going to get one, actually stealing all of the kills from under their teammate's nose. As they're trying to pop something in, but the wall in their face is going to halt all progress. Not exactly got the weapons to contend with it. Vitti's found one through the smoke, and in a matter of seconds, whether they see their opponents or not, in the graves they go, and a second round on the board. Conversion on the pistol as we head into a bonus round. No weapons needing to be rebought here.
Yeah, kept everyone alive, and that was all thanks to the deadlock net. It's these little traps, these little setups that will come down and haunt Bonk as they are running towards sites if they're not careful. The nets can come out of nowhere. I'm sure Will has a ton of lineups available. A little bit of a change in the map setup though. Mid control again being taken by Bonk. That's the key thing. They want to control mid.
I'm going to be given that control entirely for free here. No one really wanting to face the hail of bullets they can hear. You can see Vitti hanging around, not letting them get too far. A bit of a buffer, if anything. But there we go, mid-control established, knowing that no one's really pushing them. But now, got to figure out a plan of action, where to head next. Got a bit of presence over towards A main, but taking it nice and slowly here.
Yeah, the halt is good. It puts that little bit of a doubt in TSC's mind. That means they can break the wall. And now TSC, you can see the movement across the map is quite a lot. They've got Luca going back and forth between B, top mid, and top mid is where it's going to happen. But the sound sensor, Yanto could get a great pick off of that.
It could be absolutely everything. Oh, the Euro TP away. Actually, a bit of a misdirect. They've managed to take the space, but they can go no further. Luca, however, putting a stop to this, knowing that they've wasted so much time taking mid control, and it's all for naught as they head into a single-pronged attack. Kills do go back and forth, but player advantage still lying on the side of TSC. One player left on site, and it's going to be Will hiding on all sides. Vulnerable and suppressed, but still location unknown.
20 seconds, they have to exec here.
They do indeed, and look at that. Everything's been cancelled. The net is perfect. It's halted them in their tracks. 10 seconds, and they've still got all these players on site. There's no way they break through this barricade. They are just going to have to sit here and watch that timer tick on down. That's a heartbreaking way for that conversion to go. Weapons advantage, but spent too long dilly-dallying in mids, and we're allowed no further.
And this is the key thing that I think we're going to have to watch out for with Bonk. You see a lot of the time when you see this Fnatic comp on Haven, there's these times in the middle of the round where there's silence, where people have to re-clear with their bodies, right? And Sunset is a very different map design to Haven. There's a few similarities, sure, but overall, it's much trickier to just contact across every single angle, especially against a deadlock. So we're going to have to see Bonk actually making sure they maximize how they use this comp and don't take too long in the future.
Exactly, mid control once again, no sound sensor, and they forced that sniper rifle off the angle, and now they're just wanting to cut through this map, slice through. This time enemies on all sides, they've got themselves cornered. Smokes come on through, that's going to give them a little bit of protection, but funnels them over towards B, where Luca lies in wait. And there's the first. Hunter's Fury is going to come on out, trying to find someone, anyone, but Cullum's already ahead of it. Who comes up? Luca back. It's going to be point-blank range. Shotgun opening. Not sure which one's the clone. Luckily manages to find the first. It's a little bit messy, but there it is. Spare jumps on out. Vitty finds a kill, but Spare keeps on going. Waddles wants to try throw their name into the ring. Is not going to find anything, and Alcaro left alone. Not exactly the weapon for the clutch. Spike, unretrievable, firmly in the grasp of TSE, and now pushing through Smokes is all a little bit rough. Maybe able to find a little bit of a time, but no, Vitty is holding on tight.
Yeah, and just to clarify for everyone at home, in case they're not aware, the VCL Spare account is Karu, so just keep that in mind. We will call them Karu, but that's who is on that account. You can see them on the leaderboard there underneath Bonk. But now, to continue, we now have for TSE a good bank behind them and the operator on line. So expect Luca to be darting around the map, and Deck, if he's able to continue to take this B main pressure as he has done the last 3 rounds in a row, it allows Luca to go anywhere on the map he wants to.
Anywhere on the map, the whole world is their playground. 4-round lead, they're going to be smiling pretty. Luca here, difficult angle, knows that probably should try get out of there. Does indeed. Here's a lot of bullets, and that's information all passed on over. Clone is going to be ignored. Still a little bit wary of it though, however.
You've got to be careful.
Can never be too sure. Better safe than sorry. And here it is, out comes the burst. Jazz taken down. Nyanto with the first pick here. Will desperately hoping and hunting, but unfortunately blind from all angles. Luca peeking out, playing with this operator like a shotgun. Has to fall back, however. Regroup with his team, but they know safe for now. They're running out of utility to try hold on to this, to try clear out the lines of sight, but that's a huge pick for Waddles to find. That's the op taken out, and Vitty now. Ooh, spots one out, dancing with both angles, could be peeked from either side. Can't exactly contest this going down, just waiting for Deck to get into a position to help. Needs something, but unfortunately a bullet to the dome. Spare is on fire, and now Vitty left, last person standing, dancing in and out of the edge of the smoke. It's all a little bit pear-shaped from here.
Yeah, Bonk's round surely on the cards. Oh, maybe not, no, Vitty! Absolutely incredible! 3 headshots! The swing, the timing on the movement was perfection, and TSE go to 5. Out of nowhere.
How do they let that? How do they let the peaks come through one by one? They isolate every single fight. That is a little bit of a mistake to be making there. Bit of a big mistake to be making, actually, but...
Bonk's feeling the pressure. There's no way, especially last stage, that they would have let that happen. But now it seems like the synergy's just a little bit out of whack and it's not working out. They're down. Their money is not looking good. Oh, this could now snowball for TSE even more than it has.
Yep, and you can imagine the knock to the mental of that as well. It's all coming together. There's the fight being isolated. Will he win this one? Outspotted. And there it is, the kill, the Phantom Reign supreme here. And Viti keeps on going. Last round, clearly not enough. Hungry for more kills. Ianto wants to get a little bit into the kill feed there as well. All pitching in this time. Leaving nothing to chance, leaving nothing to clutch. Spare goes down, and now Foxy with the Guardian. Our last one left alive. It's a lovely shock dart. Not quite enough, not large enough range to catch Ianto, but still going, still fighting, and they're still giving these fights. Guys, not again.
Don't let it happen the other way this time. Surely not. It's looking so intense as well, but no, Deck shuts it down. The flank around the back of main, and TSE going up to 6. And if you'd asked me what my prediction would be, it would have not been this. Maybe a little bit closer. You know, a 3-3 after round 6. Maybe a 4-2 towards TSE. But Bonk are just... they look so out of place. We need to see them pull it together. They've got the ults online now, though. If they can get Cullen's ult online, combo that with Foxy on the ult, on the Sova, this could be huge for them.
It could be. But they need to make sure that they find something else. If they choose to go with that route this round, they're going to want to see them pick up a couple more weapons early on. Losing too many players early is going to be a bit of a problem. There it is, distracted by the drone. Going to take down neither the drone nor the player, but Ianto, there's the opener. And it's all starting to fall apart. Yes, the ult's online, but they are not in the round to use it. So now we just play out the rest. Sheriff's available, but Wall causing them a bit of problems. Everyone pitching in a couple of bullets. Team effort to try and get it down.
It's good teamwork, right? Just, you know, practice building all that up together.
Exactly. There it is. Will has the nade available, and that's going to slow all progress. Gaza taken down. Spike gets dropped, and that's everything they could want and more. Waddles and Karu having a look. Spare trying to... It's a difficult one. What do you really do here? They've got the site on lockdown. Yes, the spike is retrievable, but...
It's retrievable, but it's going to be so tricky to get done, especially with 2 people able to spam down that line. I'm sure we'll see Deck breaking this trip, but put a bit of pressure on to the flank. But TSE, they are looking so coordinated. Every single moment from them is great. That's a great kill from Waddles, sure, but that's all that can be found. And if you're Karu, you do not want to be saving this Sheriff. You want to be getting a kill and then dying if you can, so you don't get forced down to another bad buy.
Yeah, Karu getting one and then falling. You'd love to see a little bit more, but unfortunate situations, and that's what it feels like everyone's being left in at the end there. Karu often, you know, last left alive, 1v4 on their hands, maybe any other day, but that late into the round, that sort of far gone win condition of the round, sorely and unapologetically not going to happen. Is certainly difficult, but now lots of ults online for everyone. TSC, they've not even really been finding the need to use them, having them there as a backup plan, you know, ace up the sleeve if everything goes wrong. But side of Bonk, you'd really want to be seeing them use them just to try find something, anything here.
Oh, and the door breaks, stops the Euro ult from going all the way through market. Nice timing on that, but TSE, they've now got 3 people, almost 4, ready for this exit if it happens, and I think Bonk are aware, so they used that Euro ult to absolutely no avail. And now they reset the round, basically. It starts again from the beginning, but 25 seconds less. Mid-control taken, as we always saw.
Exactly, and there is the Hunter's Fury coming on out. It's going to spot out a couple of these players. It's going to take down Ianto even. Manages to find another tag. It's huge. So much info to work with. So much damage. Potentially and hopefully capitalize on later on. They have finally an advantage. Players on the map. That's short-lived, however. as Viti stamps their name once again on the round. Karu has a little bit of a nosy around the corner, but isn't going to be able to find anything. And yes, they've taken mid again, but with only 35 seconds left on the clock and no closer to a round, what is it for?
Well, they've got to choose on an end site, and I think Bonk have noticed they've sniffed out this gap in mid. But they're taking that gap over towards the A site, and Waddles does find a pick off the back of it, so you know it's all going to come down to Will on this site. No net online, but Luca with the ult.
Ult's coming out left, right, and center. The Cocoon has found somebody, captured target. Whether they're able to free their teammate, that they are. Oh, actually, no. Missed bullets. Oh, there it is just at the end there. But yeah, not even a doubt in their mind. Don't even need to free their teammates. No time on the clock. Ult's invested. Finally, we've seen them. But it hurts a little bit because we're seeing mid-control time and time again being taken. But they're failing to take the next step after that. It's a great first step. But the thing is, TSC, they're letting this mid-control go because they know that it's not exactly been a threat yet. If they'd felt threatened by the mid-control being taken, they would have started to change and adapt to have a bit more focus there. But they haven't.
No, and like I said, they don't feel the need to. They're secure on the extremities of the map, and you know, they literally just have Deck break that dart, close the door, but Deck is going to be under fire now.
Under fire and put under 6 foot to be precise. Luca now lining up, desperately trying to dodge players, dodge Hunter's Fury. Here it is, the shock is good, but they're already so close. Wall to get them back towards their team, feeling a little bit isolated, a little bit vulnerable out in the open there. Spike going to get planted, a rarity that we have seen, but the retake numbers advantage. So much firepower, so much util here as well. The smokes on Viti able to separate these lines of sight.
And it's patience, slow methodical clearance from TSE. They need to move forward eventually, and Chaz's position could catch Luca off guard.
Good indeed. Hearing all of the footsteps here. They're not going to clear, and there's the first. And unfortunately, Cullum finding Luca. That is it all falling apart. The dominoes start to topple 1v1, and that's the spike tapped. And Cullum finally gets it done. 3 kills in the round is what's needed. Individual brilliance to secure themselves finally, at last, a round.
Yeah. It took a lot of individual brilliance, and it was on a thrifty, nonetheless. The position from Chazza, I think, was brilliant. The first contact wasn't even taken by him, so it was a little bit of a bait and switch. Great work in the post plant from Bonk. Now, they found what works. Do they repeat it until they just get, 4 rounds on the board? Or are we going to see them start to do something else? It looks like the same mid-control. They're going to break the door and then look to see what else they can find.
This time, a couple more people waiting for them. Viti, however, going to be spotted out by the drone. That's going to cause some problems. Desperate jump away, trying to bait them into the team, but the flashes are so good. Paranoia, however, comes through, and that's going to be all of them in mid. Not a clue where they are looking. However, Waddles has found the opener. And Viti, Luca, they tried to make this. They equalise it, but Foxy is on an absolute tear. And Karu finds another one. That's it going to be done. And it's a nice final stand, but a second round in the row converted. And that's what we like to see. One and done would have been devastating for them there. But no, building something up here piece by piece.
And a very interesting thing, despite the fact 8 rounds in a row were won by Twisted Saints Esports, their money's bad. Because they lost against that thrifty, their money has gone down, and Bonk are looking like they are secure. This is now getting tight. TSE, we know that they're going to be good on defense. This deadlock comp is great, but they still need to try and secure that 9 if they want to feel safe when they switch sides.
Yeah, 9 would be amazing. I feel like 8 you're probably happy with. You can work with it. No one's complaining about 8, but 9 would be amazing. Anything on top of that is absolute gold. But Bonk this time, mid-control, they've been finding a bit more success, so they're going to stick with it. This time, sending somebody else up a bit further, holding on to this main control, waiting for this wall that has been an ever-present problem. And here it is, Viti peeks on out, spots the side of the clone. Baits out the shots, but no one's going to be found. Karu, however, 2 in the meantime. Mid control, they fall back because they've got the whole of A to work with. They are going to leave Karu here just as a backstop, as a buffer, just in case of any funny business, but they see no immediate danger, so it's all eyes on the prize as that plant goes down on A.
Planted.
And now a retake 3 versus 5. Honestly, a good pick though. This could open it all up. We've seen Viti work wonders in this position before, but the rest of the team is now here this time, although there's only a judge for deck, and Chazra is watching at a long
Not the
range.
right angle. I love the weapon, but this is not the fight for it. Luca has managed to work fairly far into the site and has the stuns available. That's a lovely peek round the corner, but unfortunately Viti really needed to find that pick onto Foxy. Doubling down is a problem. Deg has managed to just about grab the Vandal. Is still hungry for a bit more, but that timer just way too low. Too many fights on the hand. The peek's out this time, not going to award them any chance to isolate the fights, and now 8-3. It's looking better. It is recovering, and Bonk one more round to really replenish our confidence, replenish our faith that the underdog story is not going to come to fruition.
Although I must say, I think Bonk have just with that round replenished my faith in them. The way that they were peaking, they learned from what Viti did to them over on that A retake in a 1v3. They've learned and they are playing together. They're fighting together. And they look much more like the Bonk of old than they did at the start of this half.
The Bonk of old. I need that on a t-shirt. The Bonk of old.
I'll make that for you. There we go.
Now, talking of making a round for themselves, look at the pace in which they are heading towards B. That wall usually expended over towards A. This time, heading elsewhere. Cullum's managed to clear so much info for the rest of the team to work with. Kills go 1 apiece, but it's Deck peeking on out that finds them that advantage. And now the Viper's Pit, it's going to fall.
How are we letting Deck get 2 there? That's incredible work from the Viper to get 2 in a position where he was spotted by the Yoru. Looking for more as well. Karu next on the plate, and he gets him a 3rd. Meanwhile, Waddles up through mid, but Deck is on for the ace. Viti steals it away. A 9th round. TSE stop the onslaught from Bonk.
Switching sides.
And now Twisted Saints are up to 9.
9-3 at the half. Now is a comeback going to be happening? The underdogs reigning supreme. We'll see shortly how we kick off the second half. The final half of the day begins right here, and once more, 9-3. The curse that we all talk about is looming, an ominous shadow over us, but it has to be Bonk stealing away this pistol. They've looked messy. This would be the chance to show us the team that we know, the team that we love.
And Twisted Saints starting off with a little bit of passive mid control, just clearing it. Nothing too fancy. breaking that door, it takes a lot of bullets with a ghost, especially when you spam it like that. So Ianto backing off for now. As the presence over towards B was shown, but it's not caused any rotates from Bonk, and that Euro TP does expire. So this is the Twisted Saints' time to head over to B if they feel like they can.
I don't think they're hovering with it. They've not heard anything, though this contact over with Deck might be a little bit misleading. However, Deck backs away back into the shadows to go meet up with his team. Not going to give away any information, but here it is. It's immediate, it's quick, it's snappy. They're on site, and there's nothing really you can do. Waddles has had to just sit back, hiding, waiting. The camera has been taken down now, so no further information to be seen without risking something, without giving something up. And Karu there, trying to poke his head on in. Smokes in his face means that they're just buying time. That plant goes down and suddenly time becomes an issue. Darts come out, but so do these smokes. They're going to flash themselves through. Will, not sure what to do. Jump peeking directly to his doom. Foxy's found one as well. Vitty to try bring this back, and Luca there to help on out. But battles on all sides. You've only got so many directions that you can look. And it's Karu who gets it done, hopping on out, allowing Cullum the last pick. And there comes the defuse. We said we wanted a pistol, and we were presented just that.
We were, but Twisted Saints, their exec there was incredible. The layering of utility towards backside, you could see that they had Waddles running for his life, or waddling, maybe, for his life. But Bonk, we talked about it beforehand, they are a retake team. They want to be the ones that own the tempo, that own the initiative. So their retake, you saw why they want to do that. Because when they're using their combos, when they are playing off of their own back, that's how strong they look.
Incredible scenes, and that's what we want to see. It was sorely lacking in the first half, but that's what we want to see coming into this to bring this back in, because it is going to be a comeback. We're going to call it. It needs to be a comeback to get back into this best of one. So there is no further maps. It's here and now. Now mid-control this time, TSC being the demons running amok.
Yanto,
Not as
though,
much...
14 HP somehow on that Sova.
Yeah, a lot of early chip damage coming on through. Cullum, oh, they line up. It's a collateral and one more on top. And it collapses. And Vitty, there's a dink, but it's all a bit futile here. And that is a sore problem that we've seen time and time again. Players lining up in front of each other. And Cullum are fourth to the tally. 3 bullets needed.
And 4 kills. That's that's something, especially that last one through the smoke. Cullum just predicting with that outlaw. Great work there, though, from Bonk. And not just Cullum, yes, the kills, mostly Cullum, but controlling the middle of the map despite the aggression shown over towards A, stopping any lurk from finding anything more than death. Great work. Now, they're looking to go aggressive again over towards A. Getting this ice vault online seems high priority for them.
Yeah, it seems to be key, and we've seen it a couple of times, not exactly going out in their favour, but Cullum continued this round as he left the last. Refuses to let this match go without a fight. And he said, if nobody else will, I will step up to the plate. Ooh, Vitty, tagged, bolt to the face, causing a little bit of problems, but still toying with Cullum there over in top mid.
And the smoke goes up. This is just puts a little bit of pressure towards mid, but they break the door, and now this leaves Cullum fully aware of what's happening across the map, and slowly and surely the Twisted Saints numbers are being whittled down. This would be the 7th bonus round that we'll have seen converted, potentially, out of 8, if this goes the way of Bonk, and the way it is right now looks like it should be. The TP towards the site, there's still a lot of trips, but the exec is still good for Twisted Saints.
Yeah, choosing not to try put up too much of a fight here. They trust in their util, they trust in their setups, and they trust in the retake, and maybe they tried to get that started before the spike even goes down. Line up, but it's only going to be 1 pick found, and it's going to be Will that finds it. Paranoia is good. Cullum just waiting for that wall to come on down, but Luca waiting, hiding. 1 name on the docket. And here it is. Foxy jumps on out. Vitty taken down. And Colin one more. Luca still going. Dart isn't even going to break it. Lets them know. Wants to stand there and fight. Knows it's going to be a Hail Mary, if anything. Both sides of the pillar. Danger calls. And it's going to be Karu finding that last pick there.
The 7th bonus conversion.
7. It's been a day for them. It's been weird.
But I think I love what Bonk did there. They were slowly just taking a 2 versus 1. It looked on the map like it was maybe a 1 versus 1, but I think a lot of the time Bonk were paired up. The fundamentals that we know from Bonk in Stage 2 have come on forward, and they're continuing now. And it looks like we're seeing either a timeout or a tech pause. We'll find out as soon as possible. But this now, whichever it is, allows the pause in the minds, and there's going to be, people are going to doubt now. TSE, who dominated the start of that first half, the doubt is now going to seep into their mind that they can do this, and it all comes down to the mental battle in these tech pauses when the players can't talk, because you've got to keep that mental strong.
Exactly, and it's an opportunity for these teams to cool off as well, which for some teams, TSC right now maybe do just need a second. They can't talk, but just to all individually breathe, have a second, calm the nerves. But on the flip side, Bonk have got something really strong going for them right now. So a tech pause coming through at a time like this, that's a problem maybe. You want to just keep this going. You're rolling and flowing, and then suddenly you have hit a dam. It's a real mark of a team if you are in that flow state to be able to bounce back after a tech pause. So if we see this round continue as it was left, then absolutely in my mind, the sins of the 8-0 down will be forgiven. Maybe. Not fully, but mostly. I'll let the grudge be for now.
I mean, 8-0 to 9-6 is still nothing to be, nothing to scoff at. But I love what Twisted Saints are doing here, potentially with this buy before the tech pause came on through. 5 stingers on the attack side. Ooh. And Sunset is a map where if you can get to the site, especially when you've got a deadlock on your team, you can set up so many crossfires, the sound sensors in the most frustrating places, that these stingers can do so much work. But it depends if they can get past the onslaught. Cullum with the Outlaw already being incredible. Everyone else backing up. Foxy has looked so good. Karu, even Waddles, only 5 kills, but those 5 kills have been high impact. He's been so consistently getting the most important kills.
And going on to the defense side, that's important. There's a lot more impact you can have. There's a lot more responsibility on your shoulders that you have as that Cypher player going on to defense. You're left with whole sites by yourself. And his setups have been doing the job, has been doing a good enough job at stalling, either long enough to get the team over or actually outright just being enough of a nuisance to help win him out the fights that we've been seeing come on through. So yeah, maybe less on the frag department, but we were saying this yesterday. You and I were queuing some games, and I think maybe out of pity you turned to me and went, there are other ways. Was it the sober voice line? There are other ways to be important, to be useful. And I was like, I've never been so offended by something I 100% agree with.
But that impact is what we're seeing. I think we can see that across the board for Twisted Saints as well, right? Like, Will's utility has been so on point. He might not be up there with kills, but the nets have been the only reason that they won that pistol round, and the only reason they won their bonus on the first half, right? Like, the utility, especially when it comes down to the slightly less economic rounds, you can see Twisted Saints, they put a lot of value into that. They've gone full utility across the board because that's what they put their trust in as a team, that they can work with the util, that they can use it to combo off and win out from there. We saw that on the first half. We're seeing it again now. And I think if they can win this kind of stinger force buy, it could really just turn the momentum, like you said, back into their favor, and the Twisted Saints could just take it away.
That they could. But what I think we are going to do is we're going to make sure that everyone is in the server and ready to go so that we can give you guys the best match, the most banger match that we have hyped up all day that is possible. So we're going to head to a short break and we'll be back really soon to get this underway once again.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my Some might say I can't get too far without what's in your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, yeah.
Blink and you miss it, and we are back and ready to go. We left you at 9-6, albeit very briefly, and that's where we're going to pick back on up. And the Stinger by We Sung its praises. Let's see if the Stinger rush as fast as our little tech pause was. Cullum straight off, however, says absolutely no and puts a stop to that instantly. And here we go, pushing further a little bit more. Vitty wants to try find something, knowing that the further they back away, the harder it's going to be to get these Stingers back into playable range. And Chaz has managed to find two, but they are going trade for trade here as well. And with Foxy on the corner, it's getting a little bit dicey. Vitty's managed to find a third, but all alone. No more teammates left to try aid in finding this round. Has managed to scoop up a Vandal, the upgrades. And here it is through the smoke spots, both of them, but no isolation on these fights. And it's going to be Karu to close it on out.
Yeah, good work from Bonk to shut down that Stinger by. A little bit scary after that first initial duel. Did slightly go the way of TSE, but they managed to shut it down. They managed to continue on, and right at the end there as well, they peaked both of them out to take Vitty down right at the end. So now Bonk, after being 8-0 down, are now 2 away from tying this map up. Mid-control Bonk, we know they love it. They love it on the defense as well. I'm not expecting them to go super aggro through this smoke, but they're just trying to deter TSE from taking it themselves. A lineup being found and a B exec potentially on the way, but Bonk seem ready.
Ready and waiting. The drone gonna go forward. Signals the beginning of the onslaught, and here it is, trying to dodge the ultimate, but unfortunately I believe somebody being caught in the crossfire, being dragged away. But here it is, somebody else dragged away to a different dimension. The 1v1 with the ISO, one out by Gaza this time, and that gives them the player advantage.
It does. There's a flank coming as well, the spike. It's going to be so difficult to get planted in this situation.
And Waddle's just ahead in the smoke, dodges the recon. No idea what's lying in wait, but now time passed enough that information, that's old news. Luca just holding, waiting, doesn't need to do anything here, knows that this angle is going to be a little bit of a nuisance to clear.
I like this from Bonk, taking the time to go back to via market as well, but TSE, they could be in a good position to capitalize on it.
Could be, and Waddles has managed to slip the net on both of them. And here it is, Luca not going to be expecting it, gun barrel spotted, but turns away at just the wrong second. Teammate gets forced on out, and there it is, ultimate pulled on, but Luca unable to use it. It's close, it's tight. I'm so scared about the trigger discipline, but it comes in clutch, and an 8th round on the board to Bonk, closing up that gap like it never even existed.
Yeah, it all started out as well with this ISO ult we saw on the other side the first half. Those ISO ults weren't going so well for Chaza, but now looking a lot more solid. The buy is rough. They've got guns, they've got rifles to Twisted Saints, but the side of Bonk is much more comfortable, much more happy with what they've got, and they've got the operator online for Cullen, essentially how they were playing the Outlaw before as well, over towards A. But this is where TSE are starting.
Yeah, missing bits of utility all over the show as well. No drone for Yanto means a little bit less information to work with when pushing these sites. As we said, prioritizing getting that ultimate online and making steps towards making that happen again. Mid control taken, absolutely no effort made to stop them. Ball remaining unbroken, but so much info being found here, and Vitty's in a little bit of trouble here, desperately trying to jump away, but will not be successful. Opening kill found. Luke has managed to work all the way up and found a timing to sneak through mid and potentially catch a couple of these Bonk players off guard, but has to be silent, has to be careful, has to be quick mainly.
Yeah, they've got to be quick, and I mean, look at Cullum. Out of main on the flank with an operator. Luca being noted, being spotted, does take down Chaza, and this pulls a lot of attention away, but they are getting encircled, they are getting covered from every angle. The swing, the slide, it's beautiful. And now it comes down to 1 versus 1, the Sovers.
30 seconds
Tapping it, 30 seconds, though it's not enough time, and Foxy just has to keep on biting this. The dart's going to be good information. Lianto now, time was on their side, but it's starting to wear a little bit thin. Decides just wants to take this duel, win this one on out, and potentially not expecting to push. And there it is, a bullet to the head to get it done. It's smooth, it's clean, and finally they find something in this half, a round on the board to get to double digits. But you can't help but feel, even though they're in the lead, maybe too little, too late. And it is all on the backs of a 3K individuals, not this team synergy that we praised and maybe scolded Bonk for not having as much of in that first half.
Yeah, and now it's been flipped on the head. It's looking more and more like Twisted Saints with that first half can run away with it. 5 rounds in a row. Well, yeah, 5 rounds for Bonk. It's good, and now they are struggling to slow down this A hit now that there's no operator online. A main being taken, the ult orb picked up, but no further pressure, and this is going to be a big fight.
Potentially here's this drone going to use this as an opportunity to run them on down, but luckily teammates keeping them safe. But it's Cullum once again stepping up. Karu decides that they don't want to let all of the action pass them on by, and Deck, last left alive, often the first to find these sneaky kills, knows that there's elusive presence elsewhere. But now this spike, so unretrievable. There's the first peek, and unfortunately a little bit of a messy spray. Cullum's going to add yet another name to his list.
Yeah, I mean, that round is all down to Cullum. And Twisted Saints, they just forgot that Cullum loves to go A elbow. That is essentially his home. That's where he's taken his outlaws, taken his operators. That's where he goes in the mid round. And it all comes down to him taking this angle. That's how that round is won by Bonk. And he ends it as well, sure, with another great pick. Yeah, sure, okay. A little bit of a spray, but that's fine. And now Twisted Saints are on an eco. We could see this map tied up.
We could. First time today. It's exciting news. And it's exactly the buy that they'd want to go up against to try and make it happen. The right click in close range isn't quite good enough. Vitty does manage to find one, but the rest of the team converges. However, it's starting to get a little bit out of control, and there's weapons now available to be picked up here for the remaining team. Upgrades for everyone. Waddles does have a little bit of a line of sight here with the camera, but a minute shaved off the clock already, and the world is their oyster. Spike in hand, weapons upgraded, and still holding on to a lot of this important utility.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things left for the exec. Will has both the ult, the wall, the sound sensors. There's a lot of good things here. The Cypher setup is still on B, so I'm expecting Yanto to be using these shock darts to try and shut it down. But look at this position from Foxy. Gonna flank onto this over.
They're gonna know, and unfortunately for Ianto is between a rock and a hard place, but has managed to buy just enough time for his teammates to have full reign of the other site. But there will be no escaping his fate. Foxy takes him down, but it's just enough to get that spike down.
And they have the deadlock utility, the wall over towards spawn, sound sensors across the site, but there's a flank coming through from Chaza, 2 people coming, probably going to have to go out through stairs. Will, is he ready for this?
All just about on the adjustment, but not able to see his plan through to the end. And now Luca left alone, spotted, dragged into the 1v1, and that's going to be all the time they need just to try hop onto that defuse. In the meantime, not even needed though, wins it out in the alternate dimension. And there it is. Waddle's going to come through with the defuse. 10-10, all tied up. 8-0 down to this. It has been a long game, and I can imagine players maybe getting a little bit tired, but this is where we start to see that resilience show, and this is where we start to see the stars that we know and love shine. Ultimates online for both teams, however, so Twisted Saints, they've got so much opportunity, so many heavy hitting pieces to move around here to stop any further, to stop this lead specifically slipping away.
Yeah, and I think this is the perfect time for a timeout for them. Obviously, it might not be coming from a coach, it might be coming from a manager, depending on what their situation is right now. As we said, they did lose their old coach when EXO went down. But Twisted Saints, they need this. They need this moment of reprieve to, like you say, think, to work through what they were thinking before, how they're going to go about the rest of this half and overtime, if it comes to it as well, because they need to bring that resilience up. This might just be a sit, breathe, and just work forwards mentally rather than a strategical call, because sometimes you need that as a team. When you've lost a lead like that, you need to just breathe. Oh well, we'll see what they can do. They've got an okay buy. Luca does have the ult online for the Neon, so the Stinger buy, Stinger's pretty good on Neon anyway, but the ult obviously good as well. They've got a lot of ults online. They can look for something special, especially with Dex Viper's Pit here.
They lose them futilely here, though. It is all over for them. Column immediately aggressive, and this time punished. Hand in the cookie jar. Karu did find one, but buy one, get one free on the kills is not exactly what you want to be seeing if you are Bonk. Has forced them back, but it's pulled all of the rotates on over. Trusting in those Cypher trips alone. The dart breaking is only going to reaffirm their suspicions about the players lurking over here. But you can see just that little bit of worry sending back over Waddles.
Yeah, this is a really interesting pause from Twisted Saints, because they don't have any true flank watch. You can see they've had to leave deck watching both spawn and watching behind them where Viti has now picked it up. And Waddles the Pig moving over towards B to support the rest of the anchor, and it looks like they're going to be fighting this 4 versus 3. Oh, and a huge vulnerable that could be to shut down the drone, but instead they back off, they hide, and they're looking to surprise when this exec comes through.
Yeah, no information to work with. Flying blind, but even blind, they go 2 for 2 on the kills. And that's going to be the information they need. Hunter's Fury comes on out knowing Waddles is behind the side, not able to break the recon dart in time. But unfortunately, not able to find him with that. They are going to have to take this fight. They both swing on out, and this time they will both find their mark. And that is it. 11 on the board. It's taken them a while to find their footing, but here it is. 2 rounds conceded. That's that 18th round, nothing but a speed bump, but now they've got a real chance here. Money in an uncomfortable situation if Bonk lose this round.
Yeah, uncomfortable for sure. They've still got the ults to work with, so they've got that in their back pocket, even if the money goes a bit down. But TSC, that timeout did wonders for their fundamentals. They are fighting together. They are working as a team. And now they're looking for a little bit of that passive B control, same as it was, and leaning over towards B main. But Waddles the Pig is here. I think they may have heard that Cypher cam.
I think there is a very real possibility that they have. It was just waiting patiently. Solo, meaning that his team can reinforce elsewhere on the map. Here it is, going to spot the drone coming on over, and that's usually a signal of what's to come. But unfortunately, that's going to be the cue to get out of the camera, get out of the feed and into the real world as the battle rages on. Cocoon is going to be broken, and that's Waddles freed. Viti desperately looking for someone. Anyone can hear Utility being caught from all angles, but has actually managed to get a little bit of a timing jump on up behind them and taken down the team. A knife in the back, a thorn in their heel. And now suddenly, just Karu left. Uncomfortable situation. That wall should be coming down soon, but it's not soon enough. Still just waiting. Nobody else to help him, and staring map point, series point in the face.
He's got a bit of space to work with.
Lovely crossfire, though. Either side, you make a move on one, and the rest will come hunting. You talked about it earlier, and I was meaning to say in the break. So we talked about the triangle of positioning, right? I vote to dub it the Toblerone of trades.
I'm going to steal
This
that.
is my
That
formal
brilliant.
petition to nick it, or like something along those lines. I think would be. That's what I want that to be my legacy now. I've decided.
Yeah, no, I'm going to ask the graphics team for something about that as well. But now back to the game. TSE, they do have the final 12 and a big mid-fight coming on, but Yanto doesn't want any part of it.
No, and neither would I back away. And this time, it's the defense side with all of the control they could want in mid, but no enemies to take the fights with. Now over towards A, they've sensed that something's up. There's a gap in their information, and it has allowed TSE to find so much space. It's managed to find them this entry in. Foxy, lovely pick, but gonna need some more. Damage is good. Locked out by this smoke, however.
Yeah, nice little exec there. The smoke, the stun gets them the sight, but it's a 4 versus 4, and the Hunter's Fury could take Viti out of the equation again.
That it could, but unfortunately Spike already down. Players even in number, and that is not favouring you on the retake. Slowly but surely using the wall to try approach. This barrier, so much trouble, so much hassle. It's more time, it's more bullets, it's the reloads, it's all factoring on in. And Will just hiding, sees all of it through the smoke, but doesn't really want to get caught. Waddles sat hiding. Neural theft, he knows where all of them is, but is it going to matter when time's getting this low? Will's found one, he's found a second, make that 3. Foxy's put up a bit of a stand, but he's alone as Viti takes him down. 13-10, it takes them longer to close out the map than expected, but an upset, a win nonetheless. Maybe some people saw it coming from the brilliant start, slowed down in the pace, but well earned nonetheless.
Yeah, well earned. Stopping the comeback in those crucial moments can be so difficult to do, but the Twisted Saints esports team, the old EXO roster, they keep it together. And that's what matters. Their mentality, the resilience that you mentioned in the game, they've stuck with it. They worked and they continued to push despite what Bonk were throwing at them, because Bonk looked very good once they were getting their retakes online, because those retakes were incredible. But the communication, the resilience from TSE, and this little clutch, this 1v3 from Viti, they couldn't have won without all of that.
Exactly, and righting the wrongs of history. Of course, Bonk won last time. These two teams clashed 13-9 on Lotus this time. Similar scoreline other way, and of course on Sunset. So it's 1-1 for them now. I think we're going to need to see them play up against each other again at some point to really decide who comes out on top, because if there'd been a bit of a quicker start, if they hadn't let such a sort of a hemorrhage of rounds happen in that first half, maybe we see this play out differently with such a strong second half. But alas, not meant to be. And let's take a little bit of a look at the scoreboard. Some names that we were singing on both sides, and a little bit quiet from some people. Waddles we talked about and sung praises in some ways, but we would have loved to see in the kill feed a little bit more. And that ISO, again, such a heavy focus on that frag potential. When you're not seeing that come through to the same extent, when you're seeing the disjointedness between the Yoru and the ISO, then we start to see the mistakes fall in. Great to see them come back to such a scoreline, but yeah, not quite able to close it out there at the end.
No, but Viti, we've got to call him out. That 1v3 and the continuation, not just in those clutch moments, but opening the round with kills, continuing in the mid game with those kills. That Omen player is so crucial for TSE, and they're going to be looking as they now go into the upper side of the round 2 Swiss later on this week or next week. They were looking to continue that pressure because he's looking so strong.
Exactly, and that's a lovely one to be finding. As we said, if you missed it, this is, of course, a Swiss stage, and what that means is teams will play up against each other match after match, accumulating points, either wins or losses. Now, you have a tally on each side. If you hit 3 wins before you hit 3 losses, you are through to the playoffs bracket, double elimination. However, if you hit 3 losses first, then you are unfortunately down and out for the count. So this is a really nice one to be securing early on against a team that, you know, you've got them out of the way now, hopefully easier roads ahead of them. But looking at how at least our matches went earlier in the day, that 1-0 bracket is looking particularly fierce.
Yeah, this, like today, two of the expected teams won. TSE, I think people were not expecting. And then I know some people are calling the Metasport win an upset. I'm not so sure. I think both Bitfix and Metasport are about evenly matched. The way that they fought over the last couple of months, I think that was a pretty even match. But this last one, absolutely an upset. TSE, they may have to go against Enterprise, they may have to go against Input Lag, both very good teams, but they've also shown some weakness. So like that's the fun of Swiss, is we could see a lot of different things happen. But that doesn't just depend on what happened today, because we've still got more round one Swiss to go tomorrow. And Affinity, it's still a bunch of banger matchups. We are blessed in Northeast with some incredible teams.
That we are indeed, and some names very well known you'll see amongst there. A couple of these are looking very even, and I'm a little bit jealous that we aren't hopping on a couple of these games here. But those are the matches if you are looking forward to maybe some more Valorant tomorrow. If you want, dinner time, lunchtime entertainment, because this is only the start. This is only day one. This is going to be going on for a while. We've got, after the Swiss stages, of course, the brackets coming on up, and of course after that it all feeds into Challengers EMEA tournament. So this is just the start, this is just the beginning, and what a day to kick it off with.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day. There were so many good, both clutch moments, but clutch matches overall. We were very close to some comebacks, none so far. So maybe that's something for tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on those games tomorrow to see what happens. But it's been a banger of a start, and I'm so happy to have been able to be here and watch and shout alongside you and everyone at home for these incredible matches.
Exactly, and there is so much more hype to come this stage. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Van. It's been a pleasure to cast with you as well, and of course, wonderful production team who are just incredible. So big thanks to them. But I think that is where we are going to leave you guys for today. We're going to let you go calm down, maybe hop into some games of your own, inspired by the games that you have seen today. So we'll see you tomorrow for some more games, some more madness. Have a wonderful evening.
Drum on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm touch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Put it on show. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it. Make 'em